These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light. Who find big insights hiding in big data. Who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands. Whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies, to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. One part inspiration, one part science, one part legacy, and one part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention,
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow,
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
and no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is.
To what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
To define possible. Define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are the foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Canton's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canton products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to the first qualifier, first Chesapeake qualifier for today in Laurel. We're going to be having some matches going on throughout the day as we have this event. The first matches should be starting soon, although I think we're having a driver's meeting. So thank you all for joining us for this event today, and we'll have some robots driving for you soon. If you're in the chat, just say hi, hello, and good morning. There's already 27 people here, so it's lovely to see y'all. I will be with you for the first 30 minutes, and then we'll see if we can get some other commentators on. But the matches should start pretty soon. We're just making sure they're all ready for you and making sure the teams are ready. Yes, a big special thanks to all of our coaches, mentors, parents, all these different people that are making this possible. Through mentoring the teams or through volunteering or all different stuff like that. Special thanks to our volunteers as well. We've got a bunch of them on scene working to get this event going as soon as possible, so a big thank you to them as well. As far as I know, we're still doing a driver's meeting at the event, but we should be able to get robots on the field pretty soon just to see if they're performing well and how they do perform. It's exciting to see. The driver's meeting looks to be over, so robots should be getting to the field as soon as we possibly can. I do see our first robots now taking the field, or I think that's a robot. That looks like a robot. And the teams for this first match, we have 11500 St. Mark Robotics. Then we've got 16589 Fairfax Robotics on the red lines, and then on the blue we have 6390 Falcons along with 16270 Jailstorm. So let's see what they can do for us on the first match. Try to set the tone for the day. Oh, we do have our first matchup. Look at that. As the teams are getting set up on the field. Teams are slowly getting set up along the wall. You got to make sure you have that exact position, unless you have something that adjusts for where you are on the field, like a distance sensor that you can actually have an accurate position. But otherwise, you got to line up exactly where you should be on the field tile. And you can't use anything like a ruler or a tape measure or anything like this. So they just have to be able to set it up correctly. Hopefully we can see autonomous soon. Autonomous is fun, and it's an actually important part of the match. It's just the first 30 seconds, but you can score a lot of points that sets the tone for the match. It's harder points to get, but it's a lot of points. And another thing that you really should make sure you have in your checklist, especially when going to the field, is you have the right autonomous selection. Because if you don't, your robot could go the opposite direction of where you want. I'm not saying I've done that before, but I may have done that once or twice before in a match. So that's a big thing to have on your checklist, that you know what to check right before the match. Another thing you really want to be able to do is just make sure your controllers are free, so that as soon as driver control happens, you can just pick them up and go. You don't want to have to untangle them in that 8 seconds between autonomous period and driver control. That's not when you want to do that. You want it to be as smooth of a transition as possible. Just making little final checks to the robot, just making sure it's against the wall and in the right position. Some of these autonomouses use tracking that finds out where the field is while they're going. Others are working on pre-planned positions, and if you are off by an inch, you may slam into the ducky wheel and break the field or break the robot. So you really don't want to do that. You really want to make sure it is in the right spot. We just had our randomization. Our randomization is for level 3, the top level for the first match. So we are moving the vision item to the correct position so that the teams will be able to see it with their phones or whatever camera that they're using for their vision. We should be getting our match started just pretty soon. Just making sure that all the teams are ready and initialized. And 3, 2, 1. This match should be started with these robots. One of the robots is moving towards that ducky wheel. They put their wheel on it and they're spinning. Oh, they didn't quite get the duck off. And they're going to the shipping hub and placing it on the correct level. So that is points right there. The Red Alliance does have a partial park, so good on them there. And Blue Alliance, they were in the parking, but they went out. We'll see if they can fine-tune that throughout the rest of the day. Here comes Teleop as drivers now pick up their controllers.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3,
Here
2,
we go. Let's see what these
1.
teams can do with the controllers in their hands. As a team goes into the crater, trying to get positioning to start placing minerals. It's going for that neutral hub, which can be tipped in either direction to earn 20 points. Each of those minerals on there are worth 4 points. Although that top shipping hub, the levels, if you place it on the lowest, is 2, the middle it's 4, and the top it's 6. So it's whichever one you want to go for, just to make sure that you get the highest amount of points for your team. The score with 82 seconds left is 15-6 after a minor penalty appears to be scored for one alliance, because probably a ball rolled out of the warehouse, which is a minor, which is a 10-point penalty. So just make sure that you keep control over all the minerals, and that when you're slamming into the warehouse, one of those doesn't roll out. The Blue Alliance did have the lead coming out of Autonomous, but so far they have not improved that lead, as it's 15 to -4. Hopefully they can pull back in to have a shot at winning this match. Our robots are trying. Careful not to score a penalty, Red. If you move that shipping hub by too much, you will score a major penalty. That could lose you this match, especially if we're not scoring really high, and a couple of our robots appear to be not moving, which is sad to see. It is endgame, so if those teams want to go over there and spin that ducky wheel to get more ducks on the field, each duck is 6 points, but they have only 18 seconds to do so. So put those duckies on and get them spinning. The current score is 19 to -4, and unfortunately for the Blue Alliance, I'm not sure they're going to be able to score more. And that is a win, 31-6, unofficially, for the Red Alliance. We'll get our official scores in a moment, but good jobs to teams for the first match. The red, well, the neutral hub, is that the shared? The one in the middle is not tipped with one mineral because it's a light cube. If you want to tip that on the first mineral, you have to get a heavy cube just to make sure it's confirmed towards your way. And if you get it tipped towards your way, oh, here's the score. Red wins with a score of 25 to a score of 6. Because it's the first match, we do have a high score of 25, but I do hope that those match scores will go up during the course of the day. Our next match, which we'll be having in a moment, has 17-477 Kettle to the Metal. Hopefully they're going to be going full speed today. And 8479 RoboCavs Gold on the Red Alliance. And for the Blue Alliance, we have 19069 Gale Blaze and 19941 Metal Masterminds M&M.exe. Let's see what these teams can do pretty soon. They're setting up on the field, just making sure that their robots are in the correct position for their autonomous that they're going to run. Whether you want to run a parking auto or an auto that scores multiple minerals, you have to make sure your robot starts in the right location unless you have a system that detects off of the wall to know exactly where you are, which is completely possible and actually a good thing to do. Teams are just making sure that all the minerals are in the correct location in their robots. It'd be bad if you put it on your power switch and by moving around the robot it shut off your robot. So just make sure that that's in your depositor or what other mechanism you use to place in that goal. If you're going to place it, just to make sure you get those points. The other thing to make sure you do is that your controllers are assigned to the primary and secondary controllers. If you pick up the wrong controller, you're going to be controlling the wrong part of the robot, and it'll take 5 to 10 seconds off the match, which when you're trying to score a high, won't do you very good and could be the difference in the match. Teams should be initializing their autonomous as soon as we get ready for this match. That's another thing that you need to make sure that's on the field. The TSE, the team shipping element, which can be a vision target instead of the duckies. And if it's on the field, then you get more points by placing on the correct level. And it's 10 more points, so do so. It also leaves another ducky next to the ducky wheel for endgame to get you 6 extra points there, so why wouldn't you? The randomization doesn't change the position of the team shipping element, but it means that we're placing in that mid level for the Alliance shipping hub. We're starting the match in just a moment. 3, 2, 1. Here goes the robots. So we start our autonomouses. We do have a robot approaching the shipping hub. 2 robots, in fact. One of them missed their mineral in their placing, so they will be unable to drop that. The other team for the Blue Alliance, Metal Masterminds, did place it, but they placed it on the top level. So while that will score points, it will not score all the points for having detected the vision. We do have 2 teams parked, so it is a very nice autonomous so far. Both teams got just about the same thing, except for one of them placed it on the right level.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Here
3,
comes teleop
2,
as we begin.
1.
Teams are hopefully getting started soon. One of the Blue Alliances isn't moving, so hopefully they can at least get out of their way from their partner, although it appears their partner can go over those poles just fine. One of the Red Alliance is stuck on those poles with the death spike. Make sure that you don't get stuck on those. If you make a 14-inch robot, 13-inch robot, you can fit right through the gap there. And the score suddenly dropped because we have a red major for moving the shipping hub. That's another thing. You really can't move it. It's designed so that you don't get an advantage by moving it. Just make sure you don't touch it, period. If you have a depositor, make sure you're a little bit away so that you don't touch it, so that you don't score any penalty points on that, because that is a game changer. And the Red Alliance just hit the shipping hub to knock 2 minerals off. That was not great, but hopefully they can recover from this as they're placing more minerals. The current score is a -8 to 25 as the red team is slowly closing. Oh, Metal Masterminds just pushed a ball out of the warehouse. That may be a minor. There it is. Metal Masterminds placing another mineral on the top. Good job for them. A lot of these matches are being decided by penalties. Hopefully as we get farther into the day and teams are realizing we won't have as many penalties, but that would be another penalty, I think, yes, for turning the neutral hub. That's another thing. If you turn it, it means that the opponent cannot place fairly on that same shipping hub. So just make sure you don't touch the shipping hubs. Just go a little bit away, drop the mineral, and go away. That's it. We're going into endgame, so it's all about these duckies and saving these duckies from the ducky wheel. As we have 7 seconds left, the score is currently a -14 to 33. And I don't think that will change too much as we have -2 to 45. This is still the unofficial score. We'll see the official one come up in a moment. Hey, red made it into a positive. That is a fun thing to see. I don't like teams ending in a negative. So good job on them there. We do have a partial park for 8479. They are on the middle of those spikes and probably stuck, but they're in the warehouse, so a partial park for them. Unintentional, but it's 3 points. Unfortunately, one of our robots did not move for this match, so we'll see if they can fix that going on during this competition. There was a couple major penalties that did decide the match, but here's the final score. Blue wins with a score of 46, a new competition high. The other team unfortunately scored enough penalties to negate all of the points that they did. That was a close match though. 16 in autonomous versus 19 in autonomous, so the blue team would have won there. Driver controlled, the blue team did outscore, but endgame, the red team would have outscored, so would have been a close match. That is one thing you really don't want to get even close to touching or sending it across the mat. Just make sure that you can place it, and that's it. You don't touch it, you don't spin it. We do have our next match coming up with 17477 Kettle to the Metal and 16270 Jailstorm, along with on the other line 16598 Fairfax Robotics and their partner 9794 Wizards.exe. Hopefully we can see a nice autonomous from Wizards.exe, but I want to see it from all the teams as well. As the teams take the field, make sure they've got their position right. Make sure their vision targets actually read the ducky or the team shipping element on the field. That's another good thing to check. Another thing that you may want to do during the pre-match and add to your pre-match checklist is check where the different elements are on the field. If they're in the wrong position, you can ask the refs and they'll be able to change it for you before the match has gone underway. This is really important in autonomous because if you think that the shipping hub's in one specific place when actually it's all the way across the field, it'll change your autonomous, or even a couple inches over. Maybe it would change it since your robot, instead of placing, slams into it and drives it across the field. That's not what you want to score penalties in autonomous, period. I do only see 3 of our teams. I hope we can get our 4th team. We do have a short delay because one of our teams was in the last match, so they do have a 5-minute grace period just so they can repair their robot, get new batteries in, and get ready for the next match. The other thing that you can do while you wait is organize a strategy with your alliance partners, just getting ready for the match, deciding what you're going to do as you get into teleop, endgame, and all those different other things. Autonomous, hopefully you've already planned just to make sure that your robots won't collide. We do have our robot taking the field that have come back from the last match. Hopefully they remember to replace their battery and get ready to go. They do have a nice stand that they can put their controllers on so that you don't have to lean down. I do pretty much lay down on the ground to be able to start your autonomous. Something I need to probably do at some point for our team. We're initializing autonomous. Just make sure you have the right one for the blue side or red side, because if you run blue auto on red side, things could go not the way you want them, and hopefully you miss those shipping hubs, because that could be a major penalty. Just don't get close. Run the right auto, run the right path. The randomization has just occurred. We're going to be placing on the lowest level of this shipping hub. It's not as hard as you think, but some teams are completely designed to get to that top part of the shipping hub. So to get low down, they have to fully extend their arm all the way down. It's harder than you think. We're asking if the teams are ready, and we're starting the match in 3, 2, 1. Here goes the autonomous period as we Wizards.exe placing on the lowest level. And the Red Alliance, they placed a mineral. No, they spun the ducky. Almost placed a mineral, but their teammate hit into them at the last second. Wizards.exe has grabbed another mineral from the warehouse, and let's see as they place it on the top of the shipping hub. Very nice job by Wizards.exe. That is extra points at the end of autonomous period. They're going for another, but I think they're just parking in the warehouse. There's a team on the pipes in the middle. Hopefully
pick
they
up your
can get
controllers.
off.
3, 2,
We have
1.
we have all 4 robots moving for this match. That is a very good sign as Wizards.exe start to work on that shared shipping hub. Don't push it too much. Be careful there. Just make sure that you're out of the warehouse, because you can't place while you're still in the warehouse. That would be an overpowered strategy if you could. Wizards.exe already placing 2 on that hub as the Red Alliance places 1 on top of the shared ship on the team shipping hub, Alliance shipping hub. Hopefully the Red Alliance robot can get off the pipes, and they do, but careful not to hit that shipping hub. That could be a major penalty. Wizards.exe continuing to control that shared shipping hub as they tip it towards their side, which will be 20 points at the end of endgame. Wizards.exe continuing to place. These other teams hopefully are getting minerals as they slowly get in there. The Red Alliance going for another cycle as they have 3 on top of the high goal. Wizards.exe is turning their attention away from the shared shipping hub to the Alliance shipping hub because there's 2 more points if you can place on top of there. As long as it's in your control, that is a very good strategy by Wizards.exe. Unfortunately, the other Blue Alliance robot lost one of its minerals across the field. Wizards.exe having a little bit of trouble getting over their pipes, but we're in endgame. So let's see if teams can place their team shipping elements on top of the shipping hubs or spin those duckies and free them from their prison of the carousel. The match is over with an unofficial score of 63-70. Quite a close score. We'll see what the final one is. It could change based on different points. Penalties or the duck is just barely dropping off at the end of the timer. We'll see what the finals. It's currently tied at 70-70. We'll see if we get a tiebreaker as we continue. That neutral hub being towards the direction of the Blue Alliance, being tipped towards that direction, is going to be very helpful. They're counting the minerals just to make sure that they have all of them. One of the minerals did go over to the red side, so that's 4 points to them. That could also change this match. Just make sure that you're placing it on your side so that it tips towards your direction. And that you place a heavy, because heavies are control the shipping hub more. Here's the final score with the Blue Alliance winning with a 70-104 score. They were able to win in that driver control period, but in endgame, the Red Alliance did come back. So, very good on them. The next match, although I won't be able to commentate for it, is 97-94 Wizards.exe, 63-90 Falcons, 19-069 Galeblaze, and 11-500 St. Mark's Robotics. I will not be able to continue, unfortunately, to commentate the rest of these matches. I have to go, but it has been fun with you so far. It is Jailstorm, not Galestorm. I apologize for that. It is Jailstorm, 19069, which will be competing in this next match. I will have to sign off here. It was fun commentating with you so far, but I'm out.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1. 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 your controllers. 3, 2, 1. Drivers, pick up 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 your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light. Who find big insights hiding in big data. Who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands. Whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies, to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention,
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow,
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
and no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is
To what could be.
ready
To leave the boundaries of what's known.
To define possible.
To define possible. Define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program, not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Cannon's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canton products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
Hey guys. Cohort 2 should be starting in just a bit. Welcome back, people. It's cohort 2. It should be starting in a bit. Hopefully at 10:40. I believe our teams are in driver meetings right now. So hopefully we'll see them come on in a second. Yeah, we'll go to the field in a bit. Yeah, teams are missing one team from the drivers meeting. So hopefully they show up in a second. Okay, it seems we're going to match one should be starting in about 2 minutes. It seems teams are bringing their robots to the field now. Never mind. Okay, so it seems that for qualifier 3, the match should be starting soon. The two teams are on the red alliance 18477, the big brain bots, and then 2343 Omnitech. And on the blue alliance, there's 7988 Newt and 2123 Cryptic. So yeah, this is the third qualifier of the day, and cohort 2 should be, I think, 10 matches, or yeah, I think there are 12 matches actually. Okay, so it seems the robots are currently getting set up on the field.
Yeah, we're only missing one team, I think.
Yeah, it seems that we have 2 of the 4 teams here already.
I think it's 3.
Yeah, 3 of the 4 teams here already. Yeah. Hello, Aisha.
It looks like all the teams have set up their robots on the field.
Yep. Hopefully the match will be starting shortly. It seems that only one of these teams have a team shipping element.
Yeah.
The other teams are using ducks. I definitely think using a team shipping element is like a very worthy thing, because even if you're not going to cap with it,
you still get
it gives you 1 extra duck, and also the preload level, the points double for getting it on the right level.
And it looks like the randomizations are set for match 13.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay, the match has started. It seems the Blue Alliance has already crossed into the warehouse. Red Alliance is trying to make a preload. Let's see if they get it. Oh, just barely missed.
It actually landed on the lowest level.
Yeah.
Oh. Red Alliance gets a park, and so does Blue Alliance.
Yeah. Both pretty high scoring autonomouses, actually.
Yeah.
Good to see.
3, 2, 1. Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue Alliance seems to be trying to cycle the shared hub.
Yeah. They seem to be getting slightly stuck on the barrier.
Yeah. Red Alliance, I think, just picked up a duck. I think
Yeah,
they
looks
might
like
be
it's a,
trying to-
one of the teams on the Red Alliance is having a bit of trouble getting started cycling in the warehouse.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
On the Blue Alliance, it's
Hello,
just.
Ronnie.
Oh.
I think Blue Alliance got a mineral. And we
Blue
already have
Alliance.
one right on top.
Both alliances have scored one on top already, and actually, on the Red Alliance, they scored a duck, which is, I think it's pretty unique. But I think it was mostly because their alliance partner was almost blocking them on getting into the warehouse that they decided to just score the duck from the barcode instead, which is honestly a pretty smart idea. I think a lot of teams sort of overlook that sometimes, that ducks are free and you can score them as well.
Yeah, and I think ducks are actually a really good fright to be able to score because they're really small, so you can fit a lot of them on top. Because you've already seen some teams fill up the top layer.
Yeah, it looks like on the Red Alliance, we have one team that's waiting at the carousel for endgame to start. So hopefully we'll see how many ducks they can get. And now endgame starting.
Yeah, Blue Alliance is... Both teams are going towards the duck. Blue Alliance has already scored, I think 7 fright on the...
level?
Yeah, on their shipping hub.
Yeah.
Or 6, I guess.
Just having some trouble getting to the ducks. Team 7988 seems to just be moving in like the same spot, and the match is over.
Yeah, it seems to be a pretty close match. Both teams are within 12 points with one another, so I guess penalties will make the difference. Let's see what the refs have to say.
Yeah, I didn't really see any penalties, but like...
Yeah, overall it looks like a pretty clean match.
Yeah, for sure.
The Blue Alliance definitely dominated in terms of scoring on the hubs, but they were having some trouble getting the ducks at the end, while the Red Alliance was able to get 7 ducks. And oh, it looks like a penalty was actually just applied to the Red Alliance.
We'll have to see what that's for. You guys know what it was for?
I didn't see it. Guess we'll find out in a bit.
And it looks like the Blue Alliance has won with 78 points.
Yeah, that's a really high score.
Yeah, the Red Alliance got 50 points of penalty.
I think that's really what made the difference.
Yeah.
In Autonomous, Red beat Blue barely by 6 points. In Driver Control, Blue beat Red. And then like a big one was in Endgame.
Yeah,
Red scored significantly more than Red. Significantly more than Blue, but the real killer to Red's score was their 50 points of penalty.
Yeah.
So it looks like they got a major and 2 minors, most likely.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, sorry, it was actually 5 minors.
They might have just like knocked a ton of freight out of the warehouse.
It's also possible they got they got 2 freight inside of their robot and it just got stuck. I'm definitely interested to see what caused that.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And those minor penalties are assessed every 5 seconds. So, if there's 30 seconds left in a match, then you'll end up accruing 6 more penalties. So it's totally possible that a team may have gotten multiple freight stuck in their robot, and then throughout the entire game they were able to just rack up a bunch of penalties.
Yeah, so it looks like that's actually what happened. One of the teams on the Red Alliance had 2 freight in their robot, and they just had 5 minors applied for that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going into qualification 14, and on the Red Alliance there's team 1696 one. Oh my gosh, I can't speak. 16922, the Queen's Peace, and 18103 nth degree. And then on blue, oh, Thomas, go ahead.
On Blue Alliance, we have 17476 Electronics and 17971 Helix Act.
I'm pretty sure the Maptronics aren't here today, so we're seeing a
substitute.
Yeah, a substitute team playing for them.
I'm seeing an interesting shipping element on the Red Alliance. It's just like a really big box. I can't really tell from my angle.
Looks like it's actually, it almost looks like a Skystone. Or maybe it's just a box.
It could be a Skystone with the top cut off. Definitely.
Yeah, it's just bigger than like the usual shipping elements you see.
There's also a classic red cup for their alliance partner. That's definitely a popular one.
Yes.
Yeah.
We use it
red
too.
cup as well. Yeah. Actually, it works really well though.
Fair enough. We use an aloe vera bottle. And it looks like all teams have brought their robot to the field.
Wanru, robot alliance is right up against the barrier for their starting position.
Yeah, I noticed that too. It's interesting, especially because it looks like they have like a wider robot that isn't gonna be able to easily just drive through the gap to park, because it looks like their wheel is like lined up with a spike. So if they try to strafe into the warehouse, it might be kind of difficult. So let's see what their strategy is gonna be here.
It may just be a way to align really reliably at the start of each match.
Yeah.
We'll definitely be able to see what the reason for this is.
Yeah, like at one of our qualifiers, like we misaligned our robot and it just messed up the entire autonomous.
It looks like they don't have an alliance marker or something. Like they're putting some tape on their robot.
Or it might be like that they have like this. I see like a little glass or like plastic flap sticking out of, and it might just be like too far out.
Yeah, that's true. It's definitely, we see refs catching a lot of like late minute inspection issues, especially since there's no in-person inspection this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
And it looks like Blue Alliance is trying to push the flap back, maybe? No, they're just removing it.
They're taking it off. Interesting. I wonder if they'll be able to score now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the flap was for. Do you guys?
I think
it might have been like a outtake mechanism.
Oh, maybe.
I mean, it does look like they're putting their preload back in. I wonder if that was something that had maybe the flap had to do with their autonomous, because I know some teams have servos initialized during autonomous that can make them stick out of the 18 inches, right? That's something that a lot of teams tend to miss, right? That you can't extend out of the 18 inches until the match actually starts.
Looks like one of the teams on the Red Alliance is actually having some connection issues. Looks like they've called over an FTA.
Yeah.
I think they're using a driver hub. Yeah, they're using a driver hub.
Yeah, I mean, those driver hubs have been a little bit hit or miss this year, right? Some teams have had a lot of success with them, but there have been like some reliability or quality control issues that someone talked about.
Yeah. It looks like all the teams are ready.
Okay, so it seems the randomization is a middle randomization.
Yeah.
Okay, it seems they've initialized and auto has started.
It's on the Red Alliance. We have
Yeah, Blue Alliance got the right level of preload, so that should be 20 points, and then they also parked in the warehouse.
Red Alliance looked like they kicked their alliance marker. Their shipping element to like pretty far during autonomous.
Yeah, it seems like one of the Red Alliance members are partially parked in the warehouse though.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So that's
they did
3 points right there.
Yeah. They also got a preload on the top.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
it looks like both the alliances are actually heading toward the shared hub right now.
Yeah.
Almost at the same time. We'll see who gets it first.
It seems that Blue has scored one on the top, and they tried scoring one on the shared, but they missed.
Yep, I think both alliances are sort of struggling to reach the shared hub here. It can be really hard with like traditional, like, front intake, back outtake to reach the shared hub.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It seems that
Oh,
16.
it doesn't like red. Well, blues actually won the race to the shared.
But they scored a ball, so it's not going to do much, unfortunately.
Oh,
Red also tried to score a ball, but
Yeah,
they
I mean,
couldn't
it's definitely
launch it.
important to prioritize the weighted cubes when it comes to the shared hub, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
We've seen some teams use weight sensors to tell when they have a weighted cube so that they can score it on shared.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, that driver feedback for the drivers is really important, right? Like, the drivers don't have to, you know, look or maybe like have that uncertainty of not knowing whether there's a freight inside the robot or not, right? Like, I know sometimes we've scored without having any freight in the robot.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a huge issue when teams just can't tell if they have a freight in the robot, and that's been a big issue for us this season.
Blue misses another freight on the shared shipping hub.
Yeah, red actually already has 4 freight on top. Blue has 2 on the shared hub, and 2 in the shipping hub.
Yeah, it looks like the shared shipping hub is tilted in Blue's favor, but we'll have to see what the judge says.
Yeah, I think that'll be the thing that decides who wins this match.
Yeah, it might not be tilted all the way. It's pretty hard to tell. But those tipping points would definitely be a huge help to them right now.
Yeah, it looks like without the tipping points, Blue is 16 points behind Red.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think refs are checking the tilt right now. Not sure if they got it.
And it seems red wins with a score of 86 to 60.
Yep, so we have autonomous of 11 points on the red alliance to 16 on the blue alliance. Driver control 24 for the red, 18 for blue. And endgame, narrowly, red will take it with 51 to 46. However, the blue alliance did get 2 minor penalties.
Okay, so we're going into qualification 15. On the red alliance, we have 11,695 Day Java and 21,223 Cryptic. On the blue alliance, we have 18,103 Nth degree and 7,988.
These are some interesting names, though. Day Java.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty one of those creative names. It looks like they've called a timeout, possibly because of a repeat team. There does need to be 5 minutes in between, like each match for each team.
Yep, we are seeing back-to-backs a lot because of these small cohort sizes. In cohort 1, I know Wizards played like 3 matches in a row.
Wow.
And we did that too at our last qualifier.
Yeah, but definitely good practice. But if something goes wrong in those matches, it's really hard to fix it in that short period of time.
Yeah, that's definitely a time when consistency is going to be really important. You know, not having to fix things with your robot in between every single match. It's going to be like a big advantage when you're playing in these tiny cohorts. But hopefully at States, we won't be having as much of that issue.
Yeah. Recently we haven't been having eliminations. It's just been like top 2 or 3 teams advanced to States, right? I hope at States we'll have elims, because like I like elims. It looks like Blue's having some issues with their robot. Hey, is Blue setting up next to the ducks?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they are doing. I mean, that's an interesting strategy. We've
Yeah.
seen a lot of teams just set up their robot right next to the ducks, and they'll just shoot forwards and like drop one duck off and then just back out and park somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it makes getting that duck in auto a lot easier.
Yeah, and a lot more consistent.
Yeah, for sure.
Hubs are definitely looking popular for shipping elements here.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, so you can see
Are they
team-
all?
team
Yeah,
have-
all 4 of the teams have cups. Which having the same shipping partner definitely makes capping easier.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah,
especially
it looks like in terms of setup for the Blue Alliance, we have one team very close to the warehouse. Looks like maybe they'll just go straight for a park, especially since they're a thin robot. So it looks like they'll be able to go straight through that gap. And their partner is actually lined up like right at the carousel.
Yeah.
I mean, Blue definitely has probably has a handle on that autonomous on those on working with each other during autonomous, right? Chances are they're not gonna collide with each other. However, it looks like Red might both be going for that shipping hub with autonomous. We'll have to see what they do.
Yeah. It seems to have a top level randomization. So if these teams do score on top, there's definitely a lot of points to be had.
Absolutely. I mean, top level randomizations have really led to a lot of high scoring matches, right? Because maybe some teams might just always drop it into the top goal in order to score those extra points, and that's really tough to add whenever there's been a top level randomization. I mean, at -1 earlier, right? They got a pretty high score of 236 in
Yeah. Yeah, top level randomizations are definitely a cause for a lot of high scores this season.
Yeah.
Oh, so actually, surprisingly, on the Blue Alliance, we have 18103 going to attempt to score on their Alliance hub. They weren't able to do that, but they were able to get a duck.
Yeah, it looks like Red Alliance has gotten a full park in the warehouse.
Have they? I think they have a partial park in the
103 has to rely on like that human setup in order to align your right. They have lined up perfectly with the shipping hub in order to be able to score on there.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
It looks like Blue is trying to pick up the freight that they missed in autonomous.
Let's see if they can get it. It seems they do. Let's see if they score it on top though.
Yeah, they have scored on top.
Their arm looks pretty long. I actually wonder, like where they were before, it almost looked like they were about to try and score on the shared hub from the sort of outside angle, which I haven't seen a lot of teams do.
Are you allowed to score From the outside angle?
Yeah, on the shared hub. Like because I see a lot of teams that are going on the shared hub, they try to go like straight from their warehouse towards the shared hub, but not a lot of teams actually go like around closer to their alliance hub and around the middle to get to the shared hub.
Yeah, the only team that can do that is, I believe, AlphaGo this season. It worked out pretty well for them. I think that's definitely a good strategy for bigger robots that can't really fit through the gap.
Yeah.
Like one of the robots on the blue alliance may be disconnected.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be moving. But one of the red alliance robots is waiting at ducks for endgame.
Yeah.
And blue seems to be going there too.
Let's see how many ducks these teams can get. I think that's definitely going to be the decider of who wins this match because they're within 1 point.
Red didn't align properly for ducks in the beginning, so they had to spend some valuable time realigning there.
Yeah.
It looks like
it looks like 21-2-3 is actually, really doing their cycling game now. So I think that might also be a decider in this match. Because even if red scores less ducks, they may still be able to make up the difference because each duck is the same as one high gold mineral.
Yeah. It seems that unofficially, blue is slightly ahead. We'll definitely have to wait and see.
Yeah. Seems like the other Blue Alliance robot managed to reconnect and get parking.
And I believe red has definitely scored more than 75 points here.
Yeah, I think they probably got some penalties.
It looks like the judges are talking to the Red Alliance.
And we've been seeing some teams in this qualifier come onto the field without wearing safety glasses, which is definitely an issue. Don't forget your safety glasses, guys.
Yeah. It looks like they did get a 30-point penalty.
Yeah, I wonder what that major is for.
Oh, actually, red got 3 minors for controlling more than one piece of freight.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot today.
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of these penalties giving out, and watching those warehouse operations is really important to playing a clean match, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of teams have really designed around that. They have a barrel that can only hold one freight, or they've built the robot in such a way so that they really can only manipulate one at a time, right?
Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of teams that have built either like pivoting intakes so that they can only intake one mineral, or they have their intake spit out extra minerals they intake.
Yeah.
And I think that's really crucial for not getting those.
So it looks like we have another back-to-back match, and they've started another 5-minute timer for the teams to have a little bit of time between those matches.
Yeah. So the teams competing in match 16 are 16922, the Queen Bees, 17971, Helix Hackers. 18 on the Blue Alliance we have 18477, the Big Brain Bots, and 11695, Dejava. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Oh, I'm just looking at chat right now. Elvis White Viper asked who won last cohort, and the answer to that would be I believe MNM. I forgot what that stands for. I think it's Metal Mechanics or something like that.
Yeah, so it looks like Metal Mechanics is another .exe team, right? One of those teams too. Wizards.exe.
Yeah.
Got the Chesapeake record today, actually.
With a 254 score, which is very impressive.
Yeah, very impressive score from Wizards this morning.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's anyone who's gonna beat that score.
I definitely think it is possible.
Yeah.
254 is not an impossible score to reach, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure other areas have already
Yeah, there are plenty of teams who have scored above 254, just not Chesapeake yet.
Looks like we have a middle randomization for ducks. Autonomous has begun.
Let's see, it seems Blue Alliance is going for that preload, and they do get it, so that should be 20 points.
And so does Red.
Yeah, and then Blue and Red both have, I think, full parks.
Yeah. I don't know if
this is very high scoring autonomous, actually.
Yeah,
for sure. On both sides, actually.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've noticed something interesting. A lot of teams end up with a lot of time left at the end of autonomous, right? Like, many of these teams are
Drivers,
in their
pick up your
long
controllers.
before autonomous ended.
3, 2,
So I think there might be an opportunity
1.
there for a lot of teams to really, up their autonomous by like making it a little bit longer, scoring some more freight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we saw Wizards this morning was running a 1-cycle auto.
Yeah.
But I don't think any other teams at this qualifier so far have been cycling an auto.
Yeah, cycling an auto is definitely a lot of points, but it's a very hard thing to do. Yeah.
It looks like team 11695 has like a really interesting drivetrain design. It looks like their wheels are like pivoting, like the shopping cart wheels.
Oh yes, I think they might have a swerve actually.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
That's definitely very interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a Chesapeake team with a swerve.
Yeah, I mean the last time that I seen swerve was all the way back in Rover Ruckus when a team that moved here from Alaska had those.
And it looks like the Red Alliance is actually they've already tilted the shipping hub onto their side with a perfectly placed heavy cube, but they missed their second cycle.
Yeah.
Luckily though, it doesn't look like the Blue Alliance is going to try and tip it back over, so I think they're pretty safe in that aspect.
Yeah, I think Blue is just trying to score really high on the top layer, and they're doing pretty well with
I
that.
mean, it looks like Red has a really good opportunity here to maybe like start scoring the ducks.
That game has started.
It's interesting that red team got to the ducks a little bit after endgame started, right? Like the other red robot didn't really have a lot to do there during most of Talyop, so I wonder if it would have been better to just go straight for the ducks, maybe at 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, strategy is definitely important here, especially since they already got the tilt on the shared hub. When you have such a definite tilt like that, personally, I think it's better to start cycling on your alliance hub because it's more points.
Yeah. Well, I think on both sides we see a very high score now.
Yeah.
Right, especially for such big robots, right? It's easier to score. It's usually easier for them to score on the alliance hub rather than having to squeeze into that tight space, risking penalties for the shared hub.
Yeah.
Wow, 131. That's definitely the high score for this cohort. If
Yeah.
it maintains that score.
Yeah, we're seeing some strong scores from both teams, right? Red still has that tip on the shared hub, and Blue got a lot of ducks and cycles.
It looks like Blue has won, and
Both teams do break 3 dodges though, so that's very impressive.
Yeah. Red had a very impressive endgame score. I think it's because of their tilt.
Yeah, it seems we have another 5-minute time because these teams are playing back to back, so they definitely need some team time to fix anything.
Yeah.
They have fix any issues they have.
Yeah. So for the Red Alliance for the next round, we have 17476 Avtronics, 18477 Big Brain Bots, and on the Blue Alliance we have a 2343 Omnitech and 18103 Nth Degree.
Yeah, I do think Big Brain Bots has quite an interesting name there. You know, not only do they have big brains, but their entire team name is just completely capitalized.
What an interesting observation, Ron.
It looks like teams are starting to put their robots on the field. It looks like all of the teams have their robots on the field.
Yep. And again, it looks like Red Alliance has a lot of thin robots, right?
Yeah.
I'm interested to see if they'll be able to work together while scoring during playoff. Because I mean, I've seen a lot of that problem, right? A lot of teams really struggle to work together with their alliance partner when they're trying to score at the same time during playoff.
Yeah, especially
that warehouse is really small.
Especially when they're both like small bots and like they can only fit through the gap. Like
Yeah, definitely trying to find a way to get around your alliance partners.
Yeah. I feel like the strategy that most teams use is like one of the teams goes for alliance and the other one goes for shared.
Yeah, that's definitely the strategy we've seen in a lot of records that were set.
Yeah.
Basically all of the top scores this season have been with that strategy.
Yeah. It looks like all the teams are ready.
Yep. We see 18103 is going to be running what looks like their same autonomous, which goes diagonally to their alliance hub and to the carousel. Let's see if they can get the alignment this time.
Yeah, it seems it's a bottom level of randomization.
Yeah. It looks like autonomous has begun.
Autonomous is starting. They.
I mean, 18103 actually got their drop off this time around, but
it looks like
interesting collision there though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Red got a drop off on the wrong level, but they did. But they will still get points for it. So.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean they still get the 10 points there total.
Yeah, as I was gonna say before autonomous started, it looks like blue team is all using the iconic red plastic cups.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
I think they are actually a really good element because You probably just have them lying around your house, and they're also like capable because they're a cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
And
you
also,
can
if
stack
you
multiple.
use- Yeah, if you use them on blue side, it's a contrasting color to blue. Makes it really easy to determine as well.
Yeah, so 18103 is actually doing what I was mentioning in their earlier match, which is trying to score on shared from the middle, but it looks like they got stuck on the barrier there, but their alliance partner helped them out.
Yeah.
I love Breach's professionalism.
Yes.
So it looks like 20343 is just struggling a little bit to get past that barrier. I think they may have designed the robot to be just a little bit too thick to pass through there.
Yeah, but it seems that they're approaching it at a weird angle, like maybe one of their wheels isn't...
Oh, and it looks like 18103 has knocked a freight out of the warehouse.
Yeah, they're
did
gonna need to
pull it
chase it out to avoid a penalty.
Yeah.
It's really good.
There's only 50 seconds left in this match. So hopefully we'll be able to see some of the teams start to head towards the duck area. It looks like Red's already, totally ready for that.
Oh yeah. Lord Savage 5505 in chat asked, is there a level in Lions Hub that is easiest to do comparatively? And I would say that the easiest level to do
is top.
At least is top, because there's nothing above it. Like soaring in the middle and lower levels, at least for us, and I think for a lot of teams also, is hard because you need to make a barrel that's able to fit in that area.
Yeah, definitely I think top is easiest.
And I mean, like, especially for autonomous, a lot of teams pretty much design their robot right in order to score into the top goal, because it scores the most points during killing. So when they need to score in that middle or on the bottom, they tend to struggle a little bit because the robot isn't totally designed to do that.
Yeah, like I feel like it's not really necessary to score in middle and bottom unless you're in autonomous, right?
I mean, I also think I've seen a lot of teams fill up top and need to go to middle.
Yeah, definitely when you're at the point where you're cycling fast enough to fill up the top layer, if you go for any more cycles, they're just gonna fall off. So you have to start cycling on the middle if you don't want to go to shared, or if your alliance partner is already on shared.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I feel like in this cohort we haven't seen many shared tripping hub battles yet. Like it's just been one alliance just going for shared.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it looks like alliance has won this game.
Yep, so the Red Alliance will take it 101 to 71. We have an autonomous close score 19 to 16. Driver control, Red takes it 28 to 7. Another close endgame, 54 to 48, and it's a clean match with no penalties.
For the next match we have 17476 Mavtronics. I feel like they've competed like a lot this cohort already. 16922 the Queen Bees, and on the Blue Alliance we have 7988 Newt and 11695 Dejava.
Yep. I think 17476 is the team that has a surrogate in this cohort. Their surrogate is 16598.
Fairfax Robotics.
Fairfax Robotics.
Robotics.
I have just been informed that team 11695 is pronounced Deja Vu. Like,
oh, just like Deja Vu,
Deja
except
vu.
they spelled the last
The pun with
syllable a little
Java, the programming language.
That is a very funny one. I love humor.
Well, actually, speaking of programming languages, it's really been interesting seeing how some teams have kind of just swapped to using other JVM, like Java virtual machine languages, instead of just Java in the SDK when they're programming. especially with like languages like Kotlin that are supported by Google.
Yes, I like Kotlin a lot, actually.
Kotlin's a good language.
Kotlin is a very good language. It's like Java, but better.
Yeah, Lord Savage in chat again says most teams good job in endgame. The deciding factors driver control period, it looks like. I definitely think that's true. A lot of teams do really well with the ducks, and I think right now just being able to do ducks is probably good enough to win you matches. But I think definitely later on into the season, especially at states, the big difference will be auto. I think because driver control, you can definitely like cap out how well you can do by filling up top.
Right, I agree.
Yeah, I mean for driver control, right? Like as you score more freight, like your ability to score more freight just goes down, right? Like, you know, as Cooper said, right? Filling up the top hub, or like maybe even like filling up the shared, right? If there's too many freight on shared or on top, then you're gonna run into a lot of trouble trying to score there. And something else to really think about is that the cycles that you score during autonomous stay on the hubs, right? So the more you score during autonomous, the less that you need to score during teleop, because there's just less freight to score.
Yeah, definitely. And autonomous scores actually count later for teleop, so they're like essentially doubled versus a teleop score on the top.
Yeah, at our last competition, I saw a team just knock all their freight off their alliance shipping hub as a teleop began, and so like the freight that they got in autonomous, they still got like the bonus points, but like the freight was recounted later, and they didn't get those freight points from autonomous.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it's really important to keep in mind that most of these things are scored at rest, right? Unlike last year, where like whenever you scored a ring into the goals, they would count that right away. But this year, right, whatever you score that falls off just doesn't count.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last year, I think the decision was definitely the fact that, like after a ring is scored, you just throw it back out.
Yeah. But like that makes like last year, if you miss a cycle of rings, like you either just like lose some rings on the field, or you have to go like spend some valuable time intaking them.
Yeah, I think this year is definitely more similar to Skystone. You know, in Skystone we saw some teams knocking over their towers. This is pretty similar to, I guess, knocking your shipping hub and having freight fall off.
Yeah. And there's also like the capping aspect, which is
definitely reminiscent of I know several teams have reused their Skystone capping element during some of the earlier competitions.
Yeah, I mean, even the Skystone like robot design, like what we're using right now is incredibly similar to our Skystone design.
This season's definitely a lot like Skystone. I'd say it's like Rover Ruckus combined with Skystone.
Yeah.
Definitely, and I mean, it definitely has like that aspect of Skystone where teams had to travel all the way across the field to score their cycles, right? And I mean, this year they really like put a limit on like where you can go, right? You have to go into the warehouse. So a lot of the time, teams have really had to do a lot of design around their drivetrain. And I mean, in Skystone, we had like, you know, small stem, right? Small stem had a really small drivetrain driven at a really aggressive gear ratio. They were gearing their motor 16:1, and they had a really small drivetrain, and their only purpose was to deliver blocks to whatever team was their teammate.
Yeah.
Yep, so we have a message in the chat that says, what would be a good defensive strategy? I have not seen any being used. So the reason why you're not seeing any defense being used in these qualifiers is because the ranking is solely determined on the points your alliance scores. So the point of playing defense is basically to reduce the score of the other alliance. And this is useful when rankings are determined by who wins, like especially in eliminations, where you want to win, that's your main goal. But here, your main goal is to score as many points as possible, so it is a little bit of a waste to play defense on the other alliance, because it just makes everyone's rankings less than what they would be if everyone was focused only on scoring points. Defense can be useful in some situations in qualifiers, where, for example, you're playing against a team that's like, if you're like maybe the rank 2 team and you're playing against the rank 1 team, there maybe defense would be useful if you want to boost yourself up to rank 1. But that doesn't really happen super often. But in terms of strategies, I've been talking for a while. You guys want to talk about defense?
I personally really love defense this season.
I feel like
so our reward is designed a lot around defense, and I think there were 2 main strategies that we've looked into and seen other teams do. One of them is like shared defense, which is where you score your side of the shared hub from their warehouse, and I think the other one is like scoring on top, and you just cross over the barrier diagonally to play defense, also from their warehouse.
Yeah, I feel like this season defense is like
drivers, pick up your controllers.
Pretty interesting. Like
3, 2,
it's like a vital part of
1.
strategy, which is why I feel like they should have elims instead.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like another thing.
Yeah, for sure. Defense can be like really game changing here. It's sad that we haven't been able to see much of it. But maybe at States, hopefully at States, we'll be able to see some defense, some exciting matches.
Please have a
I
look.
mean, hopefully we don't have to wait as long as last year to see a lot of like interesting defense being played.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, last year, right? Like a lot of like the really interesting defense was played during MTI, where like the Beach Boss would play a lot of defense on their on the other team, in addition to Black Forest having played like tons of defense during qualifying matches, and they really did that in order to be picked as a first pick or a second pick during eliminations.
Yeah, and it worked. So.
Yeah, unfortunately, that might not be very possible at a lot of state competitions. So I doubt we'll be seeing again a lot of defense being played during qualifications, even like throughout many state competitions throughout the nation, unless some because in order to qualify to Worlds, right? Many of these really strong teams that are trying to place as high as they can during qualifications, they want to qualify to the World Championship. So often they'll be gunning for being the winning alliance captain or first inspire or second inspire, because being one of those almost guarantees you a slot, which means that often you can't just play in order to become the first pick of the winning alliance, and you're going to be in a situation where you pretty much have to be an alliance captain. And I think that is definitely going to get in the way of a lot of high scores or like interesting combinations, because a lot of the teams do have to end up looking out for their own.
Yeah.
One thing about Chesapeake is I really hope they have 4 slots so that first pick also advanced, and I think that would definitely change how the game is played significantly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll have to see though. Chesapeake for now has 3 guaranteed spots to Worlds. So at States are the first and second Inspire, as well as the winning alliance captain, are going to advance for sure.
Yeah. Like getting back to the actual match that just happened, it was pretty interesting to see 11695's intake mechanism. Like it's on the side of their robot. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, so and results are in, and the Blue Alliance wins 24-44. In Autonomous, Red Alliance 0, Blue Alliance 16. Similar Teleops 8 points to 9 points, and as well as similar endgames 16 points to 19 points. And once again, no penalties.
Yeah, very clean match.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, actually something else. Speaking of side intakes, actually, I think that's like one of the strategies that has a really really interesting potential, right? Because a lot of the time having a side outtake lets you score a lot during autonomous, as we've been able to see from teams like Sushi Squad or technical difficulties, right?
Yeah. I definitely think that the side output is one of those designs that could potentially be really, really good. I think it's actually the best design for autonomous. But one big issue to me with having a side output is just the defense aspect.
Yeah. For match 19, we have 17971 Helix Hackers and 20343 Omnitech on the Red Alliance, and 20123 Cryptic and 16922 the Queen Bees on the Blue Alliance.
Yeah.
It looks like most of the teams are already set up.
I'm interested to see. Actually, it's interesting to see Cryptic here by themselves without their sister teams, right? Exponential, and sorry, I don't remember what the other one is, but they have 3 sister teams, right? It's interesting that they're here by themselves actually, because a lot of the time, right, like in the first cohort, there were several .exe teams that were that came from Wizards.
Yeah, also like Thomas's team.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, like they are sister teams. They're all just like in one, like they were all just in one cohort.
Yeah, and like
same thing with iLight actually as well.
Actually, I'm not sure if all of RoboCabs were there during the first earlier, were they?
I think it might have just been RoboCab's Gold.
Yeah. So it's definitely interesting to see like how a lot of the sister teams here aren't exactly like together for this specific qualifier, huh?
Yeah, like I feel like you should split sister teams up like into different cohorts, like especially now because there's like 4 cohorts per comp to reduce COVID stuff, right? Because like
yeah, I mean sister teams are able to opt into being in the same cohort, and I think the reason is like transportation. If you guys all like are in one area, you don't want to drive 3 separate times to go to different cohorts.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Looks like all the robots are ready to get the match started.
Oh yeah, it seems the other sister team to Cryptic and Exponential is Epsilon.
Okay. And it looks like the randomization has been, I think it's top? Wait. I think it's top.
Yeah, so we do have 3 slots to the World Championship. With this new system, every region is guaranteed to have 2 slots. So like in previous years, there were a lot of regions that only had 1 slot to Worlds, so only the Inspire Award winner would advance. But now with there's only 1 Worlds instead of 2, so each region is guaranteed 2 advancement slots, and bigger regions will get more advancement slots. So Chesapeake actually is a pretty big region, so that's why we have 3 slots right now, and there's a slight chance that we might actually get more.
Yeah, we're actually, I believe, the 2nd biggest region, right behind Michigan.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
I think we're definitely up there though in terms of region size. I think California
bigger than NorCal. Pretty sure bigger than NorCal.
Oh,
I'm not 100% sure though.
Yeah, but I mean Michigan's absolutely ginormous though.
Yeah.
They're like.
It looks like 16922 might be trying to I don't know, play defense. They're just like standing next to the other alliance.
Yeah, it seems so.
Yeah, it looks like they may be trying to get into the other warehouse, but are struggling. And I might be wrong, but oh, never mind. I thought for a second there was 2 freight in their robot, but I'm wrong about that.
but they may have gotten a penalty there, knocking over the other team's team-specific scoring element there. So it depends on if it's considered consequential by the refs, because it doesn't look like either of these two teams have really been scoring, doing the cap during endgame.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Is that like a alliance cap? Because it looks kind of like 16922 ran over something, and now it's kind of smushed. I can't really tell what it is.
Yeah, I think that was their shipping element for the Red Alliance.
Actually, yeah, somebody in chat said, like, for Chesapeake is supposed to be 2. And the funny thing is, we're actually, like, 4 areas. We're, like, West Virginia, Maryland, and DC. So, like...
Yeah. Wait, is Delaware part of, Wait,
What?
isn't Delaware part of this, or am I...
Isn't. It's actually pretty funny, because they're their own region with spots, but they only have, like, 11 teams. So it's really interesting that they aren't also part of Chesapeake.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, but you know, without First Chesapeake, there really wouldn't be FTC in Maryland, so we gotta be thankful for that.
Absolutely, and it's really been amazing to be able to continue doing FTC in this region.
Yeah, and it looks like Red Alliance has won off Ducks with their 9 Ducks, which I think, like, Ducks this season are really important, and like they're a pretty easy way to get a ton of points. Right.
Wow, so these two scores are pretty high as well. We have one team breaking 100. Let's see. Yeah.
So it looks like results are in, and the Red Alliance will win 102-93. In autonomous, Red Alliance scored 39 to Blue's 19. Driver control, Blue has had an advantage there, 19-38. But in endgame, Red Alliance was able to get 9 ducks, so that's 54-36. But they did get a minor penalty.
So it looks like we have a lot of the same teams this match, actually. This next match. Honestly, this game, like, physically, it looks a lot like Rover Ruckus, doesn't it? I mean, they gave us an obstacle, and they put all of the blocks and balls into a corner. So I think, that, like, it's definitely, like, at least a bit of a physical reminder of how Rover Ruckus ran, right?
Yeah. Personally, I thought Rover Ruckus was a pretty good season, so...
Honestly, watching Rover Ruckus to me was kind of boring. Or at least World level.
Honestly, to watch, I mean, a lot of the time it was really just them trying to. I think like probably one of the most interesting games to watch was probably Ultimate Goal. Right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think in-person Ultimate Goal was really fun to watch.
Yeah, I think MTI was definitely like the peak of what Ultimate Goal could have been at like world level.
Yeah, definitely the no extension rule makes it like there's a lot less like of people just extending, having huge extensions, right? Like I remember Seven Sigma back in Robo Ruckus had a really long horizontal extension both into the crater and out, like all the way back into there. And there were lots of teams that did this, right? Lots of people were just stacking like slides on slides on slides.
Isn't there like long slides this season?
Yeah, but the big difference is that your robot actually has to move a lot more, with having to go fully into the warehouse and fully out in order to score.
Right. I mean, there was one team actually in Maryland who didn't move at all. Right. All they did was they just came down from the lander and they would just sit there, and then they had their little scissor lift where they would just pick up one block and then drop it off into their scoring zone.
Yeah, it looks like all the teams are ready.
Yeah, hopefully the match should be starting shortly.
Yep. It looks like T17971 has like a double plastic cup design, so they can cap it from both sides. Which is kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, I haven't seen that before. And it looks like they've put that sheet of plastic back onto the robot that they had to take off in an earlier match. I think they were maybe able to tuck it in further this time, so it's within the 18 inches.
Yeah.
Did they cut it? I don't know. They did.
No.
But it seems to be legal now, so that's good.
Yeah, before it was like tilting out of the robot, now it's going straight up.
And it looks like it's a top randomization, which is pretty good for both teams, because if you don't have detection, I see most teams just go for top.
I think one thing about like a lot of the randomization challenges, I think like this year there's definitely like a bit of a hierarchy in terms of like which randomization is better, and same with last year. I think that's been a bit of an interesting pattern, right? Because in like Skystone or during Rubber Ruckus, there wasn't really like it wasn't really clearly set which randomization would literally score you more points, right? And I think it's really interesting that they did that at the same time as they introduced a new RP system. Because
Drivers,
now that
pick up
scores
your
are based on
controllers.
average scores,
3,
I think like what
2,
randomization you get,
1.
like especially last year, was like was a big factor in determining your ranking. If you were like if you had a similar robot, like in terms of scoring capability to other teams, right?
Yeah, I honestly don't really like this system. I think it's not a big. Basically, you get like bottom versus top. It's like 4 points. But last year it was a huge difference.
Yeah, last year it was like giant because like 4 rings versus 0 rings. Like those 4 rings, each of those were worth like 12 points in autonomous. So that's just an extra 48 points compared to if you hit the 0 ring.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like in this match, Blue Alliance has been able to definitively tilt the shipping hub in their favor. It doesn't seem like the Red Alliance is going to try and reclaim it.
Yeah.
And now they're cycling on their Alliance hub.
Yeah, it doesn't. Blue Alliance seems to be missing a lot of freight on the Alliance shipping hub.
Yeah, looks like they're having a bit of trouble. But oh, now that I can see 17971's robot a little more clearly, it seems like they have a claw intake, and then that plastic flap that they had to remove from their robot in the previous match is their outtake, but they're only using it on their Alliance hub. So without that flap, they're still able to score on the shared hub.
Yeah, this design's definitely very interesting.
Yeah, so unfortunately, it looks like they're only able to score on the shared hub for this qualifier.
And no, they were. They tried to
put it back on. Yeah.
Yeah, they're able to score on Alliance Hub now. It's just they missed a ton of freight.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna try again though. Let's see.
Yeah,
and they got it.
Like I really like their design because like their claw intake can also be used for like the shared shipping hub.
Yeah, and their strategy of going to shared first, and they're able to, looks like they're able to reliably get a cube, like, in that, you know, when you put a cube in the middle of the side, like, directly across, it's like, it gives you the best tilt. And being able to reliably score, like, a single cube in that location definitely helps with getting a tilt.
Yeah. It looks like Red Alliance did not have a very good game this time. They got only 7 points.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like they weren't quite able to get those ducks off, right? Those ducks would have been a huge factor in, like, you know, giving them those couple extra points.
Yeah. Willons did score very high this match, though. They broke 100. Definitely quite impressive.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, like, you know, as we're like getting to a lot of these later competitions, we're seeing a lot of teams breaking that, you know, 3-digit barrier, right?
Yeah, it's pretty common now. Like at the first competition, it happened like 3 times, right?
Yeah.
3 times in pre-eliminations, and then this now it happens like every other match.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really great that we're able to see like so many teams just improving their robot over the course of, you know, the entire season, right? Ever since these last couple months, all the way since the first competition was in the beginning of December, right? And it's been almost 2 months since then.
Yeah. It looks like Helix Hackers has moved their way up to 4th place.
Yeah.
And for the next qualification, we have Team 11695 Deja Vu, Team 17476 Mathtronics on Red Alliance, and 20123 Cryptic and 18477 Big Brain Bots on Blue Alliance.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting.
It also
seeing
looks
how
like
these
the
teams
gap
score.
Yeah.
It also looks like at the moment there's a pretty big gap from first and second place to third and below, because
it's a 200-point gap.
Metal Masterminds both have over 600 ranking points, which means that they've scored on average over 120 points a match.
Yeah,
so it's
I think
definitely
that's
going to be
definitely
interesting to see if people can beat that.
Yeah, I think their scores are both definitely hugely brought up by that Chesapeake record they got with 254, which is very, very impressive.
I mean, and it really shows their sister team synergy, right? I mean, it's possible that, you know, they may have had a little bit of practice together.
Yeah, being a sister team can definitely.
Yeah. I can kind of speak on that factor because I'm part of my team is part of like a group with 3 other sister teams, right? And like the last qualifier, we got matched with each other like a ton of times, and like those games we just got a lot of points. Right?
Yeah. You guys averaged like.
We averaged like 160, didn't we?
Yeah, that's really impressive. Yeah.
Yeah, like. That's why I feel like sister teams shouldn't be in like the same cohort. Like I know it would be like harder to like for transportation, but I can say that for the past week, right? We've been like trying to practice with each other, like for that competition. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, really, at the end of the day, right? It's a trade-off between like, you know, competition and like logistics, and I think like, especially right now, it's really hard for a lot of people, right, to like figure out their logistics, especially because of like, you know, the COVID situation and like running multiple cohorts. So I mean, I think it's perfectly fair that you know, a lot of these sister teams are coming in together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looking at Cryptic, I think their drivetrain is actually a 6-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the 6-wheel drive drivetrain is like definitely very good for crossing the barriers.
Yeah. I feel like this qualifier we haven't seen many like robots at like full speed, if you know what I mean. Like they all seem kind of like slower than usual.
That could actually well.
Well, in driver control.
Yeah. I mean, I think that definitely going slower is definitely like a pretty good strategy, I'd say.
Yeah, but like, if you really want to score a ton of points, like you gotta move fast.
Yeah, and I think that has to do a lot with just practicing.
Yeah, like I feel like practice is like one of the biggest factors for points. Like, yeah, it's just like I don't know what to say. Yeah, practice.
Drivers, pick up your
I mean,
controllers.
oftentimes teams will
3,
have like a
2,
robot that has like
1.
really strong potential, right? Like it's almost there, but a lot of the time like they just don't quite have like that driver practice dialed in. So
Yeah.
it's like really hard for them to score those. Like the robot maybe like it can score those really quick cycles, or it can do like, you know, a lot of the ducks during endgame. But if you know you haven't practiced with your human player and like you're in the middle of a match, and you know a lot of the time like the nerves and it really gets to you, right? So sometimes it's hard for if you don't have a lot of practice to actually run your robot to its full potential, right?
Yeah, like at the last comp that we were at, I was the human player. That was like the first comp I actually did ducks at like in the competition setting, so I was like super stressed out. And like during 2 of the matches, I just like missed a few of the ducks. Like the ducks just flew off the carousel because I put them too far out, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and I mean actually looking on the blue alliance, it looks like 18477 is scoring some really fast cycles here.
Yeah, and it looks like the 20123 may have disconnected.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean that's actually a really unfortunate spot to disconnect in, right?
Yeah.
Especially because now they probably can't get the balance bonus from having a balanced alliance hub.
Yeah, it depends if they're touching it. It's a little hard to tell.
Yeah, I can't really tell from here, but the judges probably make that call.
Yeah. So
yeah, the decision also makes scoring on top pretty difficult.
Yeah, it does look like 18477 is doing pretty good on their own with the ducks and stuff, right?
Yeah, for sure. This could possibly be the high score for this cohort.
Yeah.
I think it actually is going to be.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think that's the high score for the.
Yeah, they couldn't get parking, or else it. And now the judges are checking if it's touching the hub. It looks like Red Alliance has gotten a ton of penalties this game. I think it might be from holding freight on their robot.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I've just seen their score just dropping, and then like they. Okay. They only got 20 points of penalty actually, and it looks like that will be. I think that is the highest score.
Yeah, I think it is the cohort high score.
Yeah, yeah. And it seems that it turns out 20123 was not touching the Alliance shipping hub, so they did get that 10 points for balance.
Yep.
So for qualification 22, we have 18103 nth degree and 20123 cryptic on the Red Alliance. I think cryptic's like this is their second match in a row. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 7988 Newt and 16922 the Queen Bees on the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, let's see if cryptic can
get another high scoring match.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I'm
Cryptic
definitely
definitely has
interested in
the
seeing
potential to
if-
move up to third place here.
Yeah, Cryptid. I think both of them do actually. They are both like, within 100 points, so they could definitely do it.
Yeah.
Cryptic is within 60 points, and then nth degree is within 80 points. So
yeah, that's
interesting.
Should be interesting to see. Like, is this their last match? It's kind of hard to tell. Can't remember.
Well, I believe the last match is the 24th.
Yeah, match 24 is the last match of the.
Okay, so this is the third to last.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I have just received information that from last match, the Red Ducks, the Ducks from the Red Alliance weren't counted because they landed on the robot, which is like something you have to be aware of because like, wait, if you get ducks on your robot, doesn't that count as freight?
Yeah, it does.
Ducks are considered.
Ducks are in your robot that counts as free. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, you have to be aware of that and try to knock the ducks off your robot, or else you might just like get a ton of penalties and not get the points counted for the ducks.
Yeah.
So I mean, it looks like Big Brain Bots is actually probably in the biggest like the best situation to be able to move up to third place, and I think they have a pretty strong chance of keeping it.
Yeah. Like I just realized something. I haven't seen many Red Alliance wins this cohort. Like it's just been like Blue Alliance dominating.
Has it?
Yeah, I feel like it has.
Maybe.
I don't really know why. I just feel like Blue Alliance has been winning more.
Yeah, it looks like maybe only Red Alliance actually has those cup caps.
It's not a cup cap. It looks like all the teams have set up.
Yep. Well, this is definitely there are 3 teams in this match. I think that can move up to third place.
Yeah, but like it's gonna be hard to tell if they can keep it because there's 2 more cohorts after this, right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, there are quite a few competitive teams though, ladder cohorts as well. So
we get bottom randomization for this one. Like I feel like bottom is the second easiest randomization after top. It's just because like bottom is like the widest one, and like
Thomas, there have been 6 blue cohort wins and 3 red cohort.
Yeah, I was right.
Yeah, so it looks like there's a bit of an unbalance here.
Yeah.
Red Alliance has gotten the bonus from the freight, and it looks like they have a full and a partial park in the warehouse.
And it seems blue has one partial park.
Yeah.
The interesting thing with like a lot of these parking is that they're requiring a lot more full parks this year, especially over previous years, right? Like
Drivers,
how in
pick up your controllers.
Skystone or over Ruckus, they
3,
really only like
2,
well, actually,
1.
over Ruckus there was a hang, but in Skystone, you really only had to like use a tape measure or something in order to park on both of the parking requirements, right? Both in autonomous and during endgame. So we saw a lot of those being used in order to get those parking points.
Yeah, like this season tape measures are being used to like do capping and ducks at the same time. At least that's what I've seen in a YouTube video.
Yeah.
Definitely
really interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely a really interesting design. And it looks like 18103 is picking up freight from the other warehouse.
Yeah, this is a defense strategy I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to see that they're doing it in qualifiers.
Yeah. Like it might not be defense and it might just be so that they can cycle easier or something, like so they don't bump into each other. It looks like Blue Alliance is getting ready to do ducks. Yeah, Red Alliance has gotten a lot of cycles this so far. Both alliances look like they're ready to do ducks.
Yep.
And Endgame has
Endgame has Red is really scoring high.
Yeah, Red is getting Red might get the new high score this game.
They have 10 fight on the top. I think that's the 11 now. I think that's the most we've seen.
Yeah, they've already hit the 145 high score, and they keep on going. Like these ducks, like they give a lot of points.
Yeah, and they're still scoring on the high. This is really.
And they get a full and a partial park in and they might break 200.
Maybe.
It does not seem like it. If they had tipped the shared shipping hub, they probably would have broken it.
Yeah, they were pretty close though.
Yeah, like
definitely a very impressive score.
Very close.
Very, very close. Yeah. And I think that pushes both of these teams into the top 4.
Yeah, I believe so. I think 3rd and 4th place. Yep.
Yeah. I see like Blue has a 1 point in driver control, and like I find it funny when like something just goes into that I forgot what it's called, like the little square in the back, like.
Yeah.
Like I just find it funny. It's just like.
Yeah, it seems that every single season they just have some way of scoring that everybody.
Yeah.
Like last year it was putting rings on wobble goals. This year it's.
Oh yeah, rings on wobble.
Yeah, so I mean, actually, I know a couple teams did go for the rings on wobble goals. So I think RoboCal's Gold actually had a mechanism for that during endgame.
Did they? I've never seen that before. So.
Yeah. And I always feel like they have like a very big scoring mechanism. Like they have like a very big thing you can score with an endgame. Like this season it was ducks. Last season it was the wobble goes over like the edge. Right. Okay, for match 23, we have team 11695 Deja Vu and team 17971 Helix Hackers on the Red Alliance, and team 20343 Omnitech and team 17476 Mavtronics on the Blue Alliance.
Helix Hackers in 7th, so they can definitely push their score quite a bit this match as well.
I mean, they do have, in order to get up all the way to there, they do have a big gap up there.
Yeah, that's true. They do need to score almost 200 points, but I definitely think they can get 6th or 5th for sure.
Yeah. Oh, like at the end of this cohort, at least.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like being the last cohort is like kind of reassuring because you know everybody before you, like what score you have to beat to advance and stuff like that.
Is this red alliance set up? Let's see. We're just playing on blue alliance now.
Yeah. But I don't think we've seen any capping this entire cohort.
And I mean, I think actually about capping's like been a really kind of an interesting strategy this year. A lot of teams really don't seem to like going for it, but usually on an alliance you want at least like one team that can do 2 caps for elimination matches, right?
Yeah.
Because those are kind of just 30 free points at the end of the day for most teams. I mean, right now most teams need the ducks, but they can't do cap. But
Yeah.
you know, I'm really
Teams are
interested in like
scared
seeing
about
a lot of those
pulling
teams that do both.
the shipping hub down. Knock the shipping hub down while trying to cap.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of risk involved there, right?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the cap counts as straight, if I'm not mistaken. So like if you miss the top, it still counts as straight.
I don't think the cap counts as free. I'm pretty sure you can possess both the cap and like other kinds of free.
Yeah, you can. Only the cubes, the balls, and ducks are free.
Oh. It looks like all the teams have set up and yeah.
Okay, so it seems that red has 26 points in a total. And I think they've got
so they did get the what's it called? Oh, actually it's 42 now.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
It looks like 17971 is once again trying to cycle on the shared hub, but it looks like they may have gotten stuck or disconnected. Or no, they're not disconnected. I think they're having a little bit of trouble working with their alliance partner in the warehouse there. The Blue Lions also looks like they may be having some difficulty scoring, but they are able to get some cycles onto the middle level of their alliance hub.
Yeah. I haven't seen that many teams actually go primarily for middle.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy. With endgame about to start, it looks like both alliances have a robot lined up with the carousel to do ducks.
There's a lot of cats in the chat. So I mean, this next qualification match is going to be the final match for this cohort, right?
Yeah. It looks like Red Alliance has broken 3 digits.
So I mean, right now both Cryptic and Nth Degree are actually really close.
Yeah, they're both scoring really well, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, so in the next match, I think we'll get to see if Big Brain bots or Helix hackers are going to be able to overcome that.
Oh,
They're going to need to score their current highest in order to be able to beat that.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if they can do it.
It looks like the next match is 18477 Big Brain bots and 7988 Newt on the Red Alliance and 17476 Mavtronics and 16922 the Queen Bees on the Blue Alliance.
Yep, and this is going to be the last match of cohort 2.
You know how many cohorts are going to be in this competition?
There's one more cohort after this.
Yeah, it's interesting to see 3 cohorts because like all the matches I've been to have had like 4 cohorts.
Yeah, usually it's 4, but there's probably just less teams that signed up for this competition.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seems like the cohorts have more matches though.
Yeah. There was 12 matches in the last cohort. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if Big Brain bots can get like 6th or 5th place. Oh.
Yeah. It looks like all teams have their robot on the field.
I think this is the last match of the cohort, so
Honestly, yeah, it's the last match of the cohort, and I think there's potential for a bit of an upset here. I think Big Brain Bot has like the opportunity to maybe get to third place here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I think they can probably at least get 4.
I mean, they have to score 145 points to get to 4th, and you know their highest scoring match is 145 right now.
I mean, it's doable.
Yeah, it's definitely
doable.
possible for them.
So we'll see. And you know, we did see last week's qualifiers. Teams were able to advance off of robot rank. Like I think at our qualifier, the 4th, maybe even 5th ranking teams were able to advance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was because 2nd and 3rd, I believe, were
No, only 2nd. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yes. So 2nd was already advanced.
Yeah, and
So
I think
we're already advanced. So like,
I think 2nd Inspire also already advanced, or 1st Inspire. I forgot.
At our qualifier, it was 1st Inspire and 2nd rank or 3rd rank. They had already advanced, and they also
Drivers,
took up
pick up your
2 slots
controllers.
there. So yeah, definitely
3,
with like
2,
since this is a late qualifier,
1.
a lot of teams have already advanced, and you know, oftentimes Inspire winners and high-ranking teams will overlap, and that allows teams that are maybe a little bit further down the rankings to still advance.
yeah, it's definitely a lot harder to advance in earlier competitions compared.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually well, if you have like a really good robot at the earlier competitions, like some teams are still like developing their robots, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That's true. Oftentimes, like even a lot of good teams will like not really have something that's like totally ready. Like in like really early competitions in like November and December.
Yeah.
Actually, here it looks like unfortunately, it looks like Big Brain Bots is quite far away from that 145 point in order to be able to get to 4th place right now. In fact, I think there's something wrong with their robot right now.
Yeah. I think that might have been a penalty for one of the teams, because it looks like all 3 of the robots were bumping into each other. If Big Brain Bots can get ducks, it'll still be a pretty high scoring match. And it looks like they got all their ducks. Can they get parking? They have partial parking.
So definitely an interesting match here, huh?
Yeah.
So it looks like the rankings for this cohort seems to be pretty solidified. We'll have to see if any of the robots in the next cohort can cause some kind of upset here.
Yeah.
So we actually see another .exe team, Distractors.exe, in the next cohort, along with a couple other sister teams, I believe, ERA and Sisters. And then also Engineered Chaos is from the TechBrick organization, which is the same organization as Tactical Sheep and N-1, right? 2 of some of the highest scoring teams in the region. So
yeah, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see these teams.
Yeah. Are any of you guys going to be commentating next cohort?
Aisha and Ronnie.
Yep.
Yeah. I think I might be able to.
Thomas, you should.
Okay.
Results are in for the last match of the cohort. Red Alliance will take it 92-73. So in Autonomous, it was 39-3, Driver Control 6-16, Endgame 67-54, and the Red Alliance had a 20-point penalty.
Yeah. I guess we'll see you next cohort.
Yep. So So the next cohort 3, is going to start at about 1:15. So we're going to take a short break. And while we do that, we are going to show some messages from our sponsors.
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light. Who find big insights hiding in big data. Who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands. Whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies, to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention,
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow,
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible
where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be. Ready?
To leave the boundaries of what's known.
To define possible.
To define possible.
Define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked.
Perfect. We see these students coming through the program not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are the foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Canton's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CBI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canton products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
And we're back. Welcome everyone. This is going to be cohort 4 of Middle
Cohort
River,
3.
which has been moved. Oh, Kiona.
Yeah, this is the last cohort of the Middle River qualifier. Let's take a look at the teams that are going to be playing in this cohort. So we have 18052 Perryville Robotics Gonkies, 9445 Loading, 13405 Lavender Logic, 13270 Hail Mary, 13100 47 Beavers, 19890 Distractors.exe, 4234 Engineered Chaos, and 12847 ERA.
Yeah, it looks like 118052 is not going to be at the competition actually. So it looks like they're either going to change the match schedule or someone's going to play as their surrogate.
Yep. And another thing I noticed is that Distractors.exe is playing in the 3rd cohort, but their sister teams, Wizards.exe and Metal Mastermind.exe, played in cohort 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting that they decided to split up this time around.
Yeah, I think it may have been just, the randomization that let Wizards and Metal Masterminds to be in the same cohort. But lucky for them, they were able to get the high score from that. Looking at the top rankings, so currently Metal Masterminds is in rank 1 with 731 ranking points, and that's about an average of 146 points per match.
That's a very strong average, actually, probably one of the highest I've only seen, at least in Chesapeake, RP of up to about 800, 850, right, from Equilibrium.
Equilibrium actually, I think they're another sister team of them.
Yes, they're another sister team of Equilibrium.exe. Oh, so it looks like in our first match, we're gonna have Engineered Chaos, 47 Beavers, Distractor.exe, and Lavender Logic. I mean, 2 of these teams are actually from different from organizations, right? Like Engineered Chaos is from with Tactical Sheep and N-1. The Distractors.exe, as we said, another sister team of Wizards.exe.
Yep, and they should be coming out onto the field soon, so then we'll be able to take a look at what their robots look like. Looks like for now they're just having it looks like they're trying to get Volunteer to substitute for one of the teams, which is not at this qualifier. So yeah, they're gonna need to get a team to volunteer to play surrogate matches.
Welcome.
Hello. They're about to start cohort 3, but they need a surrogate team to fill in for which team is it?
18502. 3.
Yep.
Oh. So with the randomization, right? It's been really interesting how a lot of teams have. Oh, welcome.
Well,
Hello, everyone.
hello.
What were you saying, Ronnie?
Oh, right. So, in terms of like randomization, right, a lot of teams have gone with a yellow team-specific scoring element to kind of mimic detecting the duck, right? So, a lot of the time, like whatever people use to detect the duck, a color sensor or a camera or whatever pipeline they're running, chances are it's going to be able to detect anything else that's also yellow, right? I'm sure like some of us have seen how sometimes the TensorFlow pipeline will just detect a yellow cube or something with pretty high confidence as a duck.
It looks like teams are starting to come out onto the field here. You can see distractors.exe with their wooden side plates. That's pretty classic Rockville robotics type of thing.
I feel like wood is definitely a pretty flexible material in terms of like, for a lot of things in FTC, right? Especially for like things like side plates that don't have to bear too much of a load, or like for a lot of prototyping, it's really cheap, right?
Yeah. The other thing is that wood is also a it's a cheap material. It also weighs very little, so it's a lot less dense than aluminum or some of the other metals and plastics out there. Wood is also not conductive, so I mean any like electrical like static problems that teams might be facing from the ground. I guess that's not that much of a concern this year with the new electronics, but that is completely gone by the use of wood.
Mhm. Yeah, and I mean like for wood, it's also like when you're machining it, right? You don't have to like pocket it or anything, unlike like if you're using steel or something that's really heavy.
Yeah. It looks like all teams are set up for the field.
Yep, so they're actually getting surrogates from this cohort to play for the missing team. We have 47 Beavers and Hail Mary are acting as surrogates, but they are going to need several different teams from this cohort to act as surrogates because, you can't be a surrogate for a team that's in the same match as you.
Yeah.
Actually, speaking of yellow caps, it looks like one team on the Blue Alliance has a yellow cone as their capstone as well.
Yep, that's distractors. It looks like Engineer Chaos is using a green one.
Yeah, and it has like a handle on it.
I do think green and yellow are really good choices for like in terms of choosing something that's easy to detect, because I mean green is far away in terms of color space from many of the other colors that we'll see on the field, right? Especially like red and blue, and same with yellow, right? Yellow is also pretty far away from red and blue. Like if you actually look at them in the color spaces that people tend to use for detecting these things.
But now, correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't the yellow cone have the same color as like a yellow rubber duck? So wouldn't that make it harder to detect the cone?
Well, I mean, usually there'd be like either a duck or the cone there, right? Oh, I guess like sometimes.
Why would you use a duck if you have?
Because some teams have like they've kind of like used the same. I feel like yellow is easier to use in some places because you can use the same pipeline for both like a duck or a cone, right? I've seen some teams like even like try to detect the cone using like the TensorFlow model that First has.
Yeah. Yeah, I know some teams have had very, very flashy team markers just because, like so it's easier for their computer vision software to be able to identify their marker.
I think like honestly, the way that they brought back like team markers is definitely pretty nice. I mean, I think it's really like a good place where a lot of teams can do some creativity, right? Like there have been like self-writing team markers, Alpha Coast team markers like that. Like whenever it gets knocked over,
Yeah.
it just comes right back up. Or like
Yeah.
a
I know
little like
Frogbots. I know Frogbots has a system where they've like modified their intake so that their intake can flip over their capstone if it ever does get flipped over. So I think that's really really cool.
yeah, like writing it with their intake. Exactly.
Right.
There's
Yeah.
also a really interesting cap from what was it, Technova? They have a their cap is kind of just like it's kind of just fabric and they just pull it over the top rather than like something solid
Yeah.
made of plastic, like a lot of the caps that we've seen.
Yeah, I know my team, 10515 Extreme Voltage, they also had a capstone very similar to that, where they had like a ring from last year, and they put like a net mesh around it, so that as long as the ring got over the top part, it would just be a mesh fabric going over it that would allow like any capstone to be placed on top of it. So it's a very cool system, but we never actually got it to work with our intake and like getting to place it on top of the thing.
I mean, it's definitely harder to use like your own regular intake mechanism if you have like some kind of active intake, right? Like versus a lot of the teams that have like claws or an active claw like N-1. Oh, that might be a lot of penalties there with the all of the freight
A
rolling.
lot of freight just rolled out of the warehouse there from the Red Alliance. And yeah, it looks like a minor penalty was applied for each one of those.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, the penalties this year are just crazy. They're gonna just keep eating at teams and making it really, really hard to get high scores. Just because you can't touch anything, you have to be very, very careful with your maneuvers. It's a delicate game.
Definitely.
Drivers, pick up your
There's been a lot
controllers.
of very
3,
matches
2,
where we've seen
1.
like 60, 70 points in penalties, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And trying to come back from a negative 60-point game is very, very difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here Red's down about 80 points, right? That's gonna be really hard to come back from.
Oh yeah. And I mean, a note on that, I think what First has done this year by making it negative points instead of giving points to the other alliance, I think that's definitely a really, really cool system. I think it's gonna make it more easy to, figure out what the best scores are, what the best teams are doing. It's harder to used to see all these top scores, which were just the opposing alliance just feeding points to them with penalties. So, yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot more fair scoring now because of this system.
Yeah, for sure. It does look like the Red Alliance just keeps accumulating penalties, though. They did shove the shared hub, and that's going to be a major penalty.
Right.
I think 13100 may be having a bit of trouble controlling their robot. Or actually, I'm sorry, that's 12348.
Yeah, I think also, so I think what Distractors has is actually a really interesting mechanism because it looks like a lot of different teams, such as like two of the tech brick teams, right? Tactical Sheep and N-1, they all seem to have a very similar mechanism where it's like a pivoting arm where they can pivot it sideways and also over. I think it definitely helps a lot with a lot of those shared cycles where like these teams have to it's really hard to fit in the shared area. So like if you have a small robot and you can score to your side, that really helps in terms of being able to score there, right?
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting Red got a cap off here after. That's probably one of the first caps we've seen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't think we saw any caps in cohort 2.
Yeah, I was just mesmerized by the blue team's duck spinning. They were just going around in that, and then yeah, it was a fun match.
Yeah, for sure, but it doesn't look like the Red Alliance is able to recover from 70 points worth of penalties that they accumulated.
Yeah, just penalties are a huge, it's a big hurdle because, this game is one of the lower scoring games, and the big problem with that as well, if you have a penalty, you have to score a lot of points. You have to do a lot of things just to make up for that 10 points or 20 points in that penalty. versus in past games, maybe each objective is worth 5 or 10 points. Then you only have to do like 1 or 2 things to make up for that penalty. So definitely makes it a lot harder this year with having a low scoring game.
I do think like the scaling of the points, like they put 40 points for a major, right? Which is definitely a lot. And the scores are looking to be like maybe not quite as high to like the amount of penalties that people tend to accrue, right? Like I know like in Skystone, it was actually really expensive to get any of the penalties, but they weren't as common, so
yeah,
as big of a deal.
Yeah, this year is really difficult because you touch anything a little bit too much and that's it. It's over.
Yeah, I mean, especially that shared hub, it's really cramped in there, right? And a lot of teams are just the robot's just too big to really like comfortably score in there, but they still try to do it because it's worth so like the tipping bonus is worth so many points.
Right, it is. Yeah, you have to be able to place the freight on there just so lightly that it doesn't, then your robot doesn't touch it, but also like, the freight goes to the right part of your of that shared hub. Because remember that if the freight goes on the other side of the shared hub, then it counts for points for the other alliance, which is also not good.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least it's like not the old TVP system anymore, right?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was definitely. Sometimes it was a struggle.
Yeah.
I kind of like this ranking system a little better, personally. But I think it like works the best when we're able to have eliminations at the end, because I think the one thing that is kind of lost here is like the motivation to like win a match, because it doesn't really matter whether you win or lose with this ranking system.
Yeah.
But like, having eliminations, like I know because of COVID, we're not able to for these qualifiers. But like with eliminations, just like it makes it more exciting, Like when you look at when the little score animation, like holding your breath,
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing is that this kind of penalizes defense a little bit. I know we talked about it earlier, right? Like, defense is like, there's not really too much of a reason to play it during qualification matches. And I mean, we saw that defense is really important though. Like defense pretty much won MTI in the summer, right? So looking at it here, a lot of teams like are probably going to be rather like not used to playing a lot of defense, especially after only playing qualification matches for so long.
Right.
Yeah, defense really just opens up like so many possibilities for like strategy, like rather than just the typical, just cycling back and forth and staying on your side of the field.
I mean, also defense is just more fun to watch, plain and simple. It makes the whole game more exciting. I think what they've done with the scoring system it definitely makes it better and more fair. Because obviously, if you're just going against strong teams or whatever, then your score goes up versus you actually being good. So I think now it definitely has a more say as to like whether a team is strong or not. But yeah, you're right. Wins should be factored into that, and elimination matches would just make this so much better. Because the other thing is it's also very heavily dependent on luck. If you're in a cohort with a bunch of push bots or teams that don't have very strong robots, no matter what you do, your score is not going to be that high. Versus if you're even if your robot's not as good, but it's with a lot of other strong teams, and they can kind of carry you each match and get you like 150 points plus in every single game, your score's going to be much better off. So it really is dependent on how your cohort is looking and whether or not you get lucky alliance partners. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And we have seen that, like, when your cohort has a lot of sister teams in it, that can also play a huge factor in the rankings.
Right.
Yeah, because oftentimes, those sister teams tend to work a little bit better together rather than with some of the other teams, right? You're not talking to a total stranger.
Yeah. And it's very possible that's a team that you've, worked with before, you've practiced with. So, it makes life a lot easier when you've, done something with this team before. I know, like, my team, when you go up to a random team and you're like, hey, by the way, what are we doing during teleop? It's definitely very nerve-wracking to not know how the robot's going to move, if it's going to move, and what it's gonna do. So having that reassurance that your alliance partner is a team you've worked with before, you know all their guys, and you know like what they can do. It makes it a lot easier.
Honestly though, I think the game design here is like pretty good in terms of like for defense to be played, right? Like you've got the shared hub, and I think like the shared hub is probably one of the biggest places where it's easy to play defense even with a robot that can only go through the gap. Because
Right.
the warehouses are alliance neutral, so you can take from the other side's warehouse in order to score to the shared. And that does multiple things, right? It blocks the other team from scoring the shared, and it gives you an advantage. And I think
Now,
that's something that I'd like to see more, like going into like higher levels of play and like elimination matches. Right.
now I'm not certain about this, but is there any penalty for picking up freight from the opposing alliance's hub, from the opposing alliance's warehouse? Sorry.
No,
No,
they're
the
alliance
warehouses are completely neutral.
except for an autonomous,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that makes things a lot interesting too. I mean, if teams were more incentivized to play defense, you might have teams that are running into the opposing alliance's warehouse and grabbing freight from there, and try to score and making a mess there. And that way, you kind of force your alliance to go over the bridge, the pipes, and that way, you make it more likely that they'll hit and maybe get a minor penalty, or maybe they'll run into you. So it would make things a lot more fun to watch.
Yeah, and I mean it's totally legal to block the gap. So like a lot of teams who can't cross the barrier are gonna have a lot of trouble potentially during elimination matches.
But that would be a mess.
Yeah.
Yep, so it looks like we have one freight scored onto the middle level and a full park on the Red Alliance. And for the Blue Alliance, looks like they just missed their freight. They weren't able to get onto the hub.
Pick up your controllers.
And they may have a partial park. It's hard to see.
2, 1.
They scored a lot of auto points there actually.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think they may have just missed the right level, but they still got the the auto bonus, the 6-point auto bonus.
Yeah. No, I like their mechanism to just go straight linearly and horizontally, and scores the freight in the low goal. So I think that's a good target just to consistently be able to score in just one zone instead of going for all 3 levels of that hub.
So it looks like the Red Alliance maybe, they're pushing some freight out of the warehouse. Those balls are rolling into the, rolling out, and again, penalties are being applied. We saw this exact same thing happening in the last match.
Yeah.
It looks like Blue is struggling to lead right now, actually.
Yeah, and I think team 12847 is struggling to move. I'm not sure what's happening with their robot, but it doesn't look
They
like
might have gotten disconnected.
Yeah, possible.
Yeah.
They actually look like there's a little race for the shared hub going on here. I think Blue Alliance has a slight advantage just based on the placement of their cube. But oh wow, that's interesting actually. They have like a little something sticking out of their robot that's sort of I'm not really entirely sure what the purpose of that is, but as you can see, like when they're scoring, they have that little stick there.
I think, and I could be wrong, I think that's just part of their linear slide. I think because their dumper is mounted so far forward on that slide, when it goes all the way out, I think it's just a little bit extra that's, leading out. I doubt that's intentional. Yeah, if that was an intentional design, maybe it as a bar to align them with stuff. That might not be the best design decision, because again, if you hit the shared hub or anything too hard, you're gonna get penalized for it. So, not exactly sure what the point of that stick is. Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like actually, even though the Blue Alliance was able to control the shared hub, the Red Alliance would probably unofficially takes this match because they were actually able to score all of their ducks. The Blue Alliance didn't score any of their ducks. So, even though the Red Alliance got several penalties at the beginning of teleop for putting freight out of the warehouse, just because they were able to score all those ducks, they basically pulled it back.
Wow.
And I mean, It doesn't look like blue. Honestly, like blue also didn't score any of the line stuff, right? The high line stuff.
Right.
But they had the advantage. Oh, actually,
Wow.
all right. Official scores are in. I was wrong. Blue Alliance wins this match.
Yeah, but I mean,
they-
you can see on the scoreboard, even though Blue took the lead in autonomous and had a crushing lead throughout, because of that. Even though throughout the match the Red Alliance had 20 points in penalties, their driver control was a slightly better, and even in the end game they just absolutely dominated over the blue team. But just because of that, very very strong autonomous lead, the blue team ended up taking the lead.
Yep. But once again, there's very close scores on both sides.
Oh, yeah.
So, whether you win or lose isn't too big of a deal.
Yeah, no, great work by all four teams. That was a really well scored match, and very very even match too. It's exciting to watch.
Yeah,
Yep, so coming up, qualification 27, we have 12847 ERA or ERA, I'm not sure, 13405 Lavender Logic, and then on the Red Alliance we have 4234 Engineered Chaos, and then as a surrogate team we have 13270.
So up next, it looks like we have ERA, Lavender Logic, and Perryville Robotic Skunkies and Engineered Chaos. I think several of these teams were in the last match, right?
Yeah, and we have a surrogate team playing, so there is going to be a timeout to allow teams to have, the 5-minute break in between their back-to-back matches.
Playing back-to-back matches is not fun because if you need to make any code changes, you need to fix anything on your robot, it's very very tough to do that in 5 minutes. And it's a very fast 5 minutes. It goes by way quicker than you might expect. So, yeah.
Definitely, we've had to play several of those in the past last week.
On the flip side, playing surrogate matches is kind of nice. You get that extra practice without actually, having it count towards your score, and that's always a fun bonus.
It's interesting that a lot of these robots are still really small, huh? But 12847 has one of those big robots.
Yeah, this season you're getting a lot of either really, really tiny bots that can fit through that gap, or really large robots that can, go over that those pipes and score from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's also interesting to see a lot of the big robots actually doing shared, right? Like Wizards.exe has been scoring a lot of shared cycles in the beginning of their matches. Same with Penguins and Equilibrium, even though their robots are all pretty big.
Yeah, I think the big thing with that is just practice, practice, practice. It's really hard to be able to do that without any practice, but once you've done it a couple thousand times, it's just secondhand then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, so it looks like we have randomization 4, which means that team should be scoring on the bottom of that alliance hub, and the duck that's on the left-hand side.
Honestly, the highest randomization is probably the easiest out of the three of them. Or like even scoring is a high one. Oh, sorry.
Right. I was gonna say, I think that's the one teams want the most because it scores them the most points too, if they get it in that high. Yeah.
Because I do feel that that a lot of the time, like I should have said this earlier, but I do feel that a lot of the time there's just a lot more space to be able to score in the top hub because, right, to be able to score in one of the two lower ones, you whatever your outtake mechanism is, it needs to be able to fit in between
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
layers, between the layer above
3,
and the layer below.
2, 1.
I know that's a problem that my team faced too. When you have like a rather larger dumper, it becomes really, really difficult to score in that middle or bottom of that line-specific hub, just because you face the struggle of it hitting the layer above it.
Yeah.
When you're scoring in the top, it doesn't really matter. You can just dump it in from any height.
Oh, actually, this is really interesting. It looks like Oh, sorry. For a second there, it looked like 12847 just strafed over the bars, but it looks like now they're stuck on one of the spikes. Huh?
Yeah, I think they got stuck there. 4234 is actually cycling pretty fast onto the shared hub, but they are missing a lot of the freight that they try to drop. Definitely having that turret arm design is really good. I know their sister team N-1 is also using a turret design. It's really good for the shared hub.
Looks like a bit of a similar trait between these robots.
Yeah, but yeah, they are dropping a lot of cycles here, unfortunately. I think their arm might be a little hard to control.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on if they have the automation for that.
Yeah, but we'll see if they go for a cap again. I know they did in their last match. But I think they're struggling to get out of the warehouse maybe. Looks like there's a lot of freight blocking the gap there. That's another thing that, small bots can struggle with. And they may have gotten penalties because they had to push freight out of the warehouse in order to get through that gap there.
Yeah, and that can also come as a penalty for having controlled more than one freight too, so that's another penalty to look out for.
Yeah. Actually, I think the big robot has an interesting design because I think a lot of teams have been designing with ground clearance to go over the bars, like the 1.26 inches to go over the bars, but not the 2 1/4 inches to go over each of the spikes. So I think a lot of the times teams will like forget really that they can't go over the spike and they'll just try to drive right over it, and lots of them just get caught, right? Such as this team right here.
The big problem is that you can go over the those two pipes very easily. I mean, even with a simple, I think go build a Strafer chassis, you can also get over that. But if you try going half over and half through that clearance, you're kind of screwed because your robot's gonna get stuck on that the spike if you don't account for that in your design. It's a very, very annoying thing to deal with.
Yeah, so the spikes turned out to be a pretty difficult obstacle, huh?
Yeah.
And it looks like the Red Alliance took the win for qualification match 27, with team 12-847 and 13-405, scoring 120 points, which is pretty good score. They just blew out their opponents in each portion of the match, just autonomous, beating them out by over 20 points, and then same with driver controlled and endgame, just having very, very dominant scores.
Yeah, for qualification match 28, we have team 13 147 Beavers and team 13270 Hail Mary on the Red Alliance, and team 9445 Loading, and team 19890 Distractors.exe.
Yep. And actually, something else that's pretty interesting about this year's game design is the GDC decided to go with a game where there's like a limited scoring potential, right? Because the past 2 years, they've really just made it so that you can really score as many as you want, as long as like the human was there to, you know, help return things back into the field or add more stones, right? But this year, there's 40 freight in the warehouse. There's 40 freight per alliance, and that's it. So there's only really 80. There's only 80 blocks and balls to be scored, right? And the rest of them are just ducks. So there's really only so much that can be scored this year, and I'm really interested to see like once like teams start to cycle really, really fast, if that's gonna like factor into a lot of the strategy, right? Like trying to get more of the share of total freight on the field.
Yeah, along with that, right? It's kind of hard to put that much freight on the alliance shipping on the shipping hubs, because like those also have limited space.
Yeah, I know. I think 4 years ago, in Rover Ruckus, we had a game where, you know, it was a very similar system where you had these corners of all this, you know, freight. They were called minerals, but they're just blocks and balls. And you know, the easy part about that was that you could just grab it and then dump it basically wherever within, like, you know, a 6-inch by 6-inch kind of region, right? And as long as you had like a sorter or something, and you could very easily separate the blocks and balls. This year, the main struggle is that you're not just reliant on having a very, very fast, you know, linear extension systems, but now you also kind of need a very precise movement, a very precise control over where exactly each freight goes.
Yeah, and I mean you can really see it through a lot of the penalties, right? There's just so much precision that you need to play with in order to not pick up a lot of those penalty points.
Right.
It looks like all the robots are set up for the next match. Like the team's got a bottom randomization. looks like autonomous has to be done.
Not a whole lot, not too much here. So 2 teams are earning their autonomous. It looks like
19890 on the Blue Alliance just scored a freight in the middle. And again, it's very hard to do that because of, the restriction between that and the top. But yeah, I think they had a really good mechanism for being able to do that.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
A lot of fast-moving robots in this match.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of fast drivetrains.
Ooh,
Yeah, it looks like they're almost fighting over the shared hub.
Yeah. We were just talking about this a little bit ago, and it's very exciting to see.
Yeah, it looks like the Blue Alliance actually wins there.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Red kind of backed off a little bit there. Not sure why they would back off there.
Yeah, it looks like Blue Alliance's and that robot. We saw this I think last match or 2 matches ago, but that bar that they have sticking out is, I think, doing them a little bit of harm by almost hitting that pole every time it gets near it.
Yeah, I think
So
it may have actually helped them a little bit, the defense there, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it probably would have been pretty scary driving into that, right?
Yeah. Honestly, I'd be more scared if I had that stick because, a 20-pound, 30-pound robot, I think it'd do more damage to a stick than the stick will to the robot.
That's true. I think there's definitely a chance of that extension getting entangled and breaking during a match.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very, very scary thought.
It looks like Red and Blue are setting up for endgame ducks.
The Blue Alliance has a very strong tip there on the shared hub.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And the thing is that usually, we see those freight sort of in the corner where it's near the red and blue split, that tape marking. But this time, I think all their freight is just so far in the center of that blue region, so it makes it very hard for Red to take that lead back.
And it looks like it's a very high-scoring match for both sides.
Oh yeah, and Blue had those 8 ducks as well, and then 6 in the top of that Alliance Pacific hub. So just a very high-scoring match. We'd love to see it.
Yeah. Judges still have not counted the tip on the shared shipping hub, so it'll probably break 150 for Blue.
Oh yeah.
One interesting thing about scoring on a shared hub is that I've noticed that a lot of teams will just score in the area close to the wall, and that kind of leads to, if 2 teams are scoring on the shared hub, oftentimes the shared hub will just tip towards the wall rather than towards any one team. And it would be interesting to see teams score more farther away from the wall, with some kind of different mechanism.
Yeah, they did get a 10-point penalty for I think knocking freight out. I really don't know. It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, it was most likely warehouse operations.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the majority of minor penalties come from.
Yeah, it's still a very high-scoring match for Blue.
Yeah, a lot of points in endgame, 74 points.
Yeah.
Oh my, yeah. Compared to the Red Alliance as well, they almost hit 100, and that's also not very easy to do. And they didn't have any penalties. So.
For the next round, we have on the Red Alliance 9445 loading and 13405 Lavender Logic. On the Blue Alliance, we have 19890 distractors.exe and 12847 ERA. It seems like distractors.exe and loading are playing 2 matches in a row.
Yep, so we are gonna have to time out for a couple minutes.
Yeah, to get set up again.
Yep, looks like that's been a bit of a common occurrence today. Distractors.exe is actually doing very well. They've been averaging pretty high these last couple matches. back there. I mean, if they keep scoring like this, they'll likely end up in second or third place.
Yeah.
Yep, that'll be interesting to see all the Rockwell Robotics teams at the top of the rankings with this qualifier.
Yeah. It looks like teams are starting to get set up.
So it looks like a lot of these teams will have their own team marker.
Yeah, I feel like having a team marker is like very useful. Like even if you're not even gonna cap, I haven't seen any capping this in so far when I was commentating. But even if you're not gonna cap, it just gives you an extra duck that you can get in game or autonomous.
Yeah,
I mean, there was that one capping by I'm forgetting which team, but they had like a green cap, and they were able to do it.
Yeah, I wasn't here.
Okay. I think it was Engineered Chaos.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Or is this Engineered Chaos actually?
I don't think Engineered Chaos is in this match.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they're in this match. I think it was Engineered Chaos. I think that's 42-34 if I remember correctly.
Yeah, 42-34. I mean, they have an interesting team number actually. Only 4, 2, and 3. You know, I really like the cone capstones actually, or the cups. I think they're like a good way to be able to double cap and also like have your partner. I mean, if your partner is running like, you know, if they can cap or they can pick up capstones, because I think it's pretty like it's kind of similar to just everyone having a similar enough capstone that you can just pick up someone else's capstone and cap using that.
Yeah. The thing is like, I kind of like I don't know why I just like the blue Lego brick on the Red Alliance. It's just like I don't know. It looks cool.
Yeah, I think it is gonna make it harder for somebody else to cap on top of them, though. I think because it has a rather large design. I mean, it does have the peg on the top, which might make it doable for somebody to cap on top of them, but I don't know. It's an interesting design.
Oh, actually, I'm looking at 9445's linear extension, and it's interesting that they've
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
The part that sticks out of their
3,
robot is actually
2,
static. It looks like the
1.
slides extend into their robot and they extend it out.
That's pretty. It looks like there's a fight for the shared shipping hub, and
Oh,
it
yeah.
looks like blue is currently winning. It might not be tipped, but like we'll have to see later.
I think
Yeah, you
Blue
can
also has
see
an
the
advantage in the Alliance Pacific hub. I think they have one in the top and one in the middle so far, while the red only has two in the middle and one in the bottom.
Yeah, like the middle, right? If you get it into the middle, it just doesn't tip as much. And it looks like
Right.
red may have gotten a penalty or two by pushing those balls out of their warehouse.
I think the other thing is the Red Alliance has touched the Alliance Pacific hub a few times, so it's possible that that might have also caused a penalty.
Yeah.
Yep.
It does look like the shared shipping hub is going to be tilted in Blue's favor, but it's hard to see right now.
Definitely getting close. The Red Alliance is coming back in the shared
Yeah.
shipping hub. I think it's
I mean,
tied
it looks
4-4
like
right
Blue's
now.
actually given up on the shared hub.
Yeah, red might be able to balance it back. Yeah, now it's.
Oh wow.
I think red might be winning. It's hard to tell.
I think it might be in a situation where the refs will just call it like even between the two teams.
Yeah, but like it's slightly
Okay.
twisted. Like the alliance hub is slightly turned. You know?
Oh yeah. No, it definitely does look tilted towards red side, although it is kind of tilted towards the wall, so it's hard to tell. It looks slightly more on the red side than the blue. Yeah. And the Red Alliance has 6 or 7, and the Blue Alliance only has 4 in there, so it's very likely more on the red side. So wow, great job to that team.
Blue pulled ahead in the end with their ducks. It's gonna be a very close game.
I mean, the 5 duck difference is pretty hard to come back from.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think the other major thing is that the Red Alliance, they were able to score all those freight in the shared hub without any of that freight spilling out or falling out. I think that's a beautiful design. It's very difficult to do that.
Yeah. Like.
Even if a team can cycle super fast, you see teams getting 4 or 5 freight in that shared hub, and then another 3 or 4 falling out and falling right next to the hub.
Yeah.
Which is pretty common, but having all 7 go right into that hub exactly on your own side of the hub too, very, very hard to do that. So hats off to them. It's just that penalty points that just killed them.
Yeah, and it doesn't. I think that the judges ruled it not tipped in anybody's favor.
Oh.
Yeah, which is pretty unfortunate for red because they did score a lot in there, right?
Yeah. Is there any measured way of telling which side it's tipped towards? Do you guys know?
Not really. Like in the past scrimmages I've gone to, they just look at the bottom, and if it's touching the ground, right? If it's touching the ground on one side, then it's tilted to that side.
Gotcha.
But that's pretty unfortunate for distractors, though. Lazy distractors are going to be their average RP now is a little bit lower.
Yeah. So
the other thing is that for the shared hub in that previous match, I think they had maybe the reason that the 7 was equal to the 4 is because I think maybe the 4 were the heavier ones. I know some of these cubes in this freight are weighted, so I think that might have made a difference into which alliance had that tip. And even though the blue alliance only had 4 and the red alliance had 7, it still ended up evening out. So yeah,
absolutely, that's true.
Yeah.
All right, looks like all 4 teams are for our next match. I think qualification match 31 are getting loaded onto this field.
I thought it was 30, but okay. I think Distractors are playing their third match in a row right now.
Oh yeah, that might be the case. Hopefully that isn't going to be too bad of a problem for them. It looks like we're struggling a little bit last match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like all of the robots have been set up. It's interesting to see that yellow cylinder cap on the blue alliance, because it's really hard to double cap onto that cap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of varied cap designs in this cohort.
Yeah.
I know in cohort 2 we saw a lot of like red solo cup type team markers. But yeah, with a cylinder like that, it has to be the one on the top if you want a double cap. But then again, double caps have been really rare in qualifiers. I think N-1 was able to get a double cap. Not sure if any other teams were able to do it.
It's like it's going to be a middle randomization.
Oh, I think Turtles might have gotten one all the way back in December, actually.
Yeah, they did. They did. I think that was the 162 point match with Sentinels.
Yeah, December 4th.
Yeah. It was a really...
So these teams are off in the start of autonomous.
Yeah.
Not too much movement going on.
It looks like Distractors missed their cube in autonomous, or else they would have gotten that 20-point bonus.
Yeah, it looks like all teams are stopped with another 10 seconds left to go in autonomous.
Yeah.
I think Distractors was the only team able to get a full park. It looks like partial parks in both depots, and I'm not sure if 4234 were able to make
pick
it
up your controllers.
partially into the warehouse.
3, 2, 1.
I think since a part of the robot was beyond that line, I think they should get the partial park.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a little hard to see,
though.
but I think they're gonna try and cycle shared once again, but Red Alliance actually gets there first.
Yeah. And so, like, the thing about, like, cycling shared from the side without the barrier, like, you can block the opponent, like you see that they're doing right now.
Yeah, for sure. And looks like we have two competing turret arm designs here.
Yeah. Like, that, it's a very interesting turret arm design for 4234. Like, it doesn't even, it's like a linear side arm. You can see the linear sides.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting design. Haven't seen something like it this season.
It looks like Distractors has started going for the Alliance hub rather than the shared hub.
It looks like team 13270 is lining up for ducks at the 60-second mark, which is pretty early.
Yeah, I think something must have happened to their intake or something, so they probably figured they're no use with the freight right now. So.
Yep, I mean, it's good to have the ducks as sort of like a backup for when your main mechanism isn't working. You can still score points for your alliance.
Yeah.
It looks... Honestly, that was really tough to do because, the rings were the only thing you could do, so if nothing ended up working out, if your intake was broken or anything, then, you didn't have too much you could do.
Yeah, Engineered Chaos is going for the cap again. We'll see if they can get it.
It looks like they're able to get it.
No, it fell off.
No.
Oh, so close.
I think part of it might be because...
That's partial, right? Oh.
Yeah.
It's hard to see. I'm not sure if it is.
I think...
It kind of looked like they backed back out of it.
Yeah, because it looks like the corner of the robot kind of got caught on the spike. And they weren't able to make it through the gap. And the same thing happened to them in Autonomous, actually.
Yeah.
I think one thing interesting about Engineered Chaos's design is that their uptake requires like that whatever is in there to move out horizontally. So I think like it might be a little bit hard sometimes for them to cap, possibly because of that, because they have to move their cap out of their intake like horizontally, right? So that might have caused them to miss it there.
And I was going to mention this earlier, but that turret design is very, very, very difficult to make. So hats off to them. Looks like the Blue Alliance took the lead there, winning 93 to 81 again because of those Red Alliance penalties that really hurt them. They were both tied in autonomous at 13 to 13, and then the Red Alliance really took the lead in driver control at 50 to 16. But then the Blue Alliance took it back in endgame. I think because of those ducks. And at the end, the Red Alliance would have won, but those penalties just bit them.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Engineered Chaos's turret is actually potentially just direct driven, with maybe a radial bearing on their motor. Because if you actually look at the design, the motor that was facing down next to their arm, right? So that's definitely interesting because I've seen a lot of teams, right, when they make a turret, especially for big turrets where there might be a lot of axial load in each of the sides, they'll put like bearing stacks and like make a huge plate, right?
Yeah, and it did seem that like they were having a bit of trouble. I think they sort of were able to shake off the rust in their recent matches, but definitely we saw in their first match they had a lot of trouble controlling their arm, and that caused them to get penalties.
Actually, I think Engineered Chaos is up again. That's a lot of matches in a row, huh?
Yeah.
All right, looks like all 4 teams are lined up, getting ready for autonomous to begin.
Yep. Hopefully we'll be starting soon. It looks like 9445's their team shipping element actually is pretty interesting. It sort of looks like it has like holes on all sides, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so maybe they can pick it up from multiple directions, huh?
Yeah.
I think we've definitely seen a lot of like creative team shipping element recently. Like, it's also been interesting seeing a lot of the ARM designs this year. I think like this is probably one of the years where like building an ARM has been like very strong, right? Like I know like last year everyone had to make a shooter, and like the year before that, right? Most teams just had some kind of lift or gluten-free had a double reverse 4-bar, right?
Yeah.
But like this year, I think we've seen like teams like AlphaGo or like Robot Troopers, and especially in Chesapeake, who have been like pretty strong and have cycled really fast.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue team starting off very strong, 13100 already having a freight deposited in the top of the Alliance Pacific hub.
Yeah. No, 9445's robot design is actually really interesting. I don't think I really noticed it before, but it looks like they have pitch control on their slides.
Yeah.
Oh wow, you're right.
Yeah, so they're running. That might be why their slides are a little bit slower. It might be because they have to devote some of that power to controlling the pitch on those slides.
Wow, 13100 slides are just so fast. Go straight up and able to dump them in that freight really, really quickly.
Yeah.
They got something might have happened to 9445. They kind of started spinning around there. Maybe something's lodged in their robot and they're trying to get it out.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they have an interesting something. Oh, it looks like their pitch control actually controls from up top.
Yeah, and they can. I think they can angle their entire slide system, allowing them to score at really any height. And you can see it going up, angling a little bit right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. What a design. Yeah, if you never tried to do it before, making a set of slides and making it rotate or making it move in a certain axis, especially like a turret design or anything like that, is so difficult to do. The engineering complexity of that is just very difficult.
Yeah, definitely. But it looks like 9445 were having some trouble with their main scoring mechanism, but luckily they're able to go for ducks instead, while their alliance partner continues to score.
Yeah, it looks like both alliances are just about at 6 ducks. Yeah, neither of them got their 7th. But yeah, it looks like the shared one is definitely tipped towards red. No question about it.
Yep.
And yeah, but it looks like the blue definitely has the lead in terms of the high the top zone in the Alliance Pacific one. So let's see, this will be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, I don't think 42-34 went for a cap in this match. We've seen them do it in previous matches.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it looks like a pretty close score. It might just come down to penalties. And it looks like the Red Alliance took the win. 107-97. Yep. It was those dreadful penalties again. Both teams would have been tied at 117, but the Red Alliance had 10 points in penalties, while the Blue Alliance had 20 points in penalties. I think the main thing that tipped this match was, even though the Blue Alliance had the lead in Autonomous, the Red Alliance took back over and driver controlled, and then in Endgame just completely dominated. I think because of those bonus points for the shared shipping hub. So congrats to that Red Alliance.
Oh, and up next it looks like we have Distractors.exe again. I'm really interested to see how far up they're going to climb in the rankings now, especially since they've already gotten up so high, right? Even though they've only played 3 matches. Almost 400 RP. They only average about 130 points a match in their next 2 matches in order to be second place.
Wow.
So I mean, it looks like they got the high randomization going, right? And that's kind of always a good sign. I think Distractors definitely has a good chance of moving up in the rankings.
Looks like the robots are off. See what they can do.
Yeah, and actually, that green robot is a really interesting robot design.
I think on the Red Alliance we got 2 minerals, or 2 freight into the Alliance Pacific hub. Just definitely a great start for them.
Yeah, it looks like one of them is
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Yeah.
3, 2,
So
1.
yeah, they have a huge lead kicking off the driver control period with 61 to 33, and 61 is a crazy high autonomous score, so hats off to them. Oh, but it looks like one of their robots does have slight technical difficulties in getting started.
Yeah, it looks like Distractors may be disconnected here.
Yeah. Red Alliance may be in some trouble because of that. The Blue Alliance definitely catching up. Oh, it looks like they're back up and running. Alright, meanwhile on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 13405 going for the shared hub. Oh, wow.
Looks like they rotated the shared hub there. That's going to be a penalty for sure.
Wow. Good luck to the Blue Alliance for scoring on their side now. That's going to be difficult.
Yeah. And I don't think there's going to be any shared bonus this game.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very difficult to... So now, in this kind of a scenario, if teams score, you know, on their own half, if the blue team scores on their blue side and red team scores on the red side, which way does it swing, and who gets those bonus points? The tip.
No idea. It's an interesting situation, huh? Because I mean,
yeah,
it looks like blue pretty much can't score in there at all right now, right? Like they're just getting ready for ducks.
Oh yeah, they've given up for that. It looks like the blue line still has a pretty good chance of catching up. I mean, they're only down 6 points now.
Yeah, so both alliances seem to be doing ducks pretty quick here.
Yeah, it looks like I think the red alliance has a slight advantage on ducks. But the blue
looks like
alliance
red's
isn't too far
dropped duck
away.
there.
If red gets any penalties or something, it's still very, very possible for the match to be pretty close. So let's see what happens. Ooh, 115 to 1. Ooh, scores are still jumping. 121, 133. Maybe a 12-point game. That's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, this was a pretty high-scoring match, even if some of those points were missed, right? Some of those duck points may have been missed. And it looks like red actually will get the tip on that shared hub.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, honestly, like, I think red may have gained a net positive, even if they ended up getting a penalty for spinning that shared hub back, which is, you know, a little bit of an interesting situation. I'm not gonna say it's, yeah.
It's definitely strategic, but it's a GP.
I don't think it was intentional to. I mean, if it was intentionally being egregious, right, that'd be yeah. But I doubt that was an intentional choice there on the part of red. Yeah.
Yeah, the teams are at home right now, strategizing, taking notes.
I mean, hopefully, like, we won't see too much like weird, egregious stuff with the hubs down the line. Yeah.
And the scores are in. Looks like the Red Alliance did take the win. Even with a 30-point penalty. Wow, that's a very high-scoring match then.
Yeah,
53 in autonomous, 48 in driver control, 62 in the end game. All adds up to 163, and then just with 30 points of penalties, ended up at 133 still. Very high-scoring match. Blue Alliance with 0 penalties, so very hard to do. Still at 120s. Alright, looks like we're all getting set up for the next match. I think the field could be improved if the shared alliance hub didn't have the ability to move. So maybe if it was like rooted into the field itself.
Oh yeah, kind of like the scale back in, like, what's it called? The scale with the cubes.
Yeah.
In FRC.
Right.
Yeah.
That might have been a better.
And I think if it was rooted into those field tiles, it would have been a lot better because then you wouldn't have had that risk of penalty and I don't know. Maybe if rotating was a part of the game, maybe teams would have tried to like rotate it so that their opponents wouldn't be able to score. And I don't know. I think it'd be an interesting game.
It would be interesting if you can intentionally rotate it, and that would be legal.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you can rotate.
Another really cool twist to this game would be like, what if the Blue Alliance's side, half of the shipping hub was facing the Red Alliance, and the Red Alliance was facing the Blue Alliance, so they each robot had to go past the other robot to score, if that makes sense.
Oh, kind of like in Skystone. I mean,
yeah.
Then they would just go to the other warehouse, though, most likely, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the difference with
I think
Skystone was
see a
that it
lot
was
more.
Alliance-specific depots, but here we have Alliance-neutral warehouses.
Yeah.
No, but I think even with Skystone, both robots had to go past each other in order to get their stone. Like they kind of had to go in an X directions. And the same thing would have happened here if the blue and red were switched on the shared shipping hub. Both robots would have had to go past each other. I think that would have caused a lot of interesting dynamics in terms of defense and would have made the game a lot more fun, I think.
I mean, if it were flipped, they would only really have to go past each other, like, potentially, like, at least once, right? But maybe not more. So.
Well, yeah, but that would also assume that, both robots are, like, agreed, like, oh, yeah, we'll just, like, switch warehouses and stuff. But
that's true.
I don't know. Because the other thing is that if you're a Red Alliance robot and you're picking up freight from the Blue Alliance's warehouse, the Blue Alliance's other robot is also picking up from that warehouse. So maybe you're playing defense on them while you're trying to pick up your freight.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think it'd be a very, very fun defensive game. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this year, like the strongest defense is probably shared defense.
Yeah.
And not like running regular cycles, but on the other warehouse.
I think another huge shout out to first game design committee because I think they designed this game so that it could be played 2v0 or 1v0, just solo. Because I think if you had it flipped, you'd be relying on defense and stuff. And with COVID, it's kind of hard for several regions to do that. So maybe it's not the most it's not the most easy to run that type of game when several regions around the world can't do 2v2 matches. So I think they did a really good job of designing a game that can be played 2v2 but also is fun with 1v0.
Yeah, for sure. Also, I just wanted to point out, taking a look at the rankings here, Distractors is actually in rank 5 right now. And with another match, if they score at least 129 points, they'll be in second place.
Wow.
And it's definitely possible based on the past scores we've seen from them.
And who's in first place right now, and how far ahead are they?
Metal Masterminds.exe, another one of their sister teams, is actually in first place, but that's going to require them to score 206 points.
So it looks like this match is going to be another one where they put it on the top randomization, huh?
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
So far, it looks like a pretty good match. I think the both alliances have one robot just sitting there waiting for ducks, and their other robots just going off on the Alliance Pacific hubs. Because the Red Alliance looks like already has the shared one tipped pretty heavily in their favor. Wow, the Red Alliance looks like it's stacking up points pretty quickly. They're 144, 150, 156, and looks like they're probably gonna get another 1 or 2 ducks in. So we might see 180, 190 points by the end of this.
Yeah. It looks like the Blue Alliance was actually cycling onto the middle level rather than the top level of their Alliance Pacific hub.
Right. That was a really strong match. I think that might have been a high score of the day. What is the high score of the day so far, guys?
Actually, no. The high score of the day is also, I think, a Chesapeake Region high score, 254 in Cohort 1.
Wow.
And that was from Wizards.exe and their sister team, Metal Masterminds.exe.
What a match. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to catch this morning's games, but wow, that's really impressive. Alright, looks like the Red Alliance finished off with 174 points. With an autonomous score of 58, driver control to 46, an endgame of 80 points. That's a very nice endgame. But yeah, I think both alliances had that 10-point penalty, otherwise the Red Alliance would have had a pretty nice score.
Yep, that was a really great score, and we have one more match of the day.
Yeah. I think credit to Blue Alliance as well. I think Blue Alliance had one robot that was, I think, dead or wasn't doing too much in the beginning of the match, but I think they were still able to score 89 points and put up a good score on the board, and 13-405 able to get into 6th place because of it. It looks like we're on to the very last match of the day. Let's see what happens here. This is Distractors.exe's chance to get into 2nd place.
Alright, it looks like we got all 4 robots on the field, setting up. And once again, this is the last match of the day. It's interesting to see if Distractors, if they keep playing, their average score is around 130 right now, and they need 126 points to become the ranked number 2. So we'll see if they're able to do it. If nothing goes wrong, they should be able to do it.
No, it's interesting that one of the refs has a roll of tape in her hand right there.
That's Heather, giving teams alliance markers or helping them tape something back on their robot.
Essentially.
And randomization is on the top level. I feel like that's a sign of good luck.
Yeah, that definitely is a good omen, huh? So it looks like we might have a chance of having 3.exe teams in the top 3 for this qualifier.
Yep.
Oh, that'd be something.
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting.
The .exe family just dominating.
Yeah.
Oh, but it looks like they just re-randomized to the lowest level.
Oh
no.
Oh, man. That sucks.
Well, let's see what these teams can do of it.
Yep.
I'm not the end of the world.
Yeah, I do think a lot of them have a sampling autonomous, so we'll see.
We have 1 full park on the Blue Alliance. And, oh, they just missed their preloaded freight.
It doesn't look like Distractors or Engineered Chaos are going to be running their autonomous this round.
Yeah, strangely, neither team was able to run.
I think I saw one person on that Red Alliance holding their head. I'm assuming something went terribly wrong in autonomous.
Pick up your controllers.
Oh no.
3, 2,
And it's
Hopefully
all
we can get that resolved.
Yeah, I mean they are 2 of the strongest teams in this qualifier. I'm sure they still have a pretty strong chance of catching up during the driver controlled and endgame periods. Maybe the
they just need a score.
Distractors.exe can still get into that top 2.
Yeah, definitely. And luckily they aren't fully disconnected. They were able to get up and running.
I mean, they have a strong chance of getting an 80-point endgame here with a cap from Engineered Chaos and then 9 ducks from Distractors. Well, 10 ducks actually. So I think there's like definitely an opportunity here for, and they're already scoring several cycles here, right?
Yeah, and it looks like 4234 is getting the tilts on that shared hub.
Yeah.
I think they've gotten the hang of it. Like all their freight is just falling perfectly where they need it to go.
Yeah. Luck is definitely on their side in this match.
I think you might have jinxed them a little bit there. That ball just fell right out.
Yeah, right when I said that.
Man, it's so hard to score balls on the shared hub.
That's
it
true.
is, yeah.
It definitely is.
Oh, looks like they're doing a pretty good job so far. They're
Ooh,
still,
they almost hit it there, but I don't think it moved. So I think they'll be okay. But the Blue Alliance looks like they did get some penalties.
So it looks like Endgame is going to be starting soon. I wonder if the teams are going to be going for the oh, there we go. So distractors.
Yep, so we have distractors going for ducks, and hopefully, let's see, engineered chaos go for the cap.
So engineered chaos, I think, is actually being a little bit overly cautious here.
Yeah, which I think is a good thing, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't afford any penalties right now. They really need the extra points to guarantee that 126 point that we're looking for.
Yeah, but I think with the
Ooh,
ducks,
will they get
they'll
the
be
cap?
able to get it. Oh, they missed the cap, but
They
I
missed
think
the
the
cap.
ducks will allow them to score what they need anyway.
Yeah, I think because of the tip too and the shared shipping hub, I think they definitely crossed that 126 point mark. We're just
Yeah.
praying that they don't get any major penalties or anything. But
Any penalties
wow.
will
Hats off
really
to them
close.
for getting that high of a score without an autonomous. Neither team played their autonomous, and still 128.
Yep.
That is amazing.
Yeah, it
What a
doesn't
way
look
to
like
end the day.
distractors was able to get all the ducks though, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But they cycled 8 freight onto the top level of their shipping hub. It's very impressive.
Yeah. And I think barely any of those actually missed. I think only had 1 or 2 that missed. But still, that's a crazy number of cycles and accuracy. That's amazing. Very well done.
Yes. So it looks like they've just barely made it to second place there.
Wow.
You know, I got scared in the beginning. I might have jinxed them. But here we are. Scores are in.
There we go.
Oh, but distractors taking rank 3.
Oh.
Yeah, looks like they're ranked 3.
Was Aisha's math wrong?
I was wrong. Oh no. That's terrible. I totally thought.
Did they need 136?
Oh, it's 654. They're tied.
Oh.
They're just exactly tied here.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Oh.
Oh no, that cap would have made all the difference.
Yeah.
Man.
But I do think in terms of they've likely advanced though here. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's hope so. But wow. And it really does come down to the very last freight sometimes. Or even in any of their matches, they just scored an extra freight.
Yeah, they could have scored a depot freight there.
Yeah.
1 extra. Yeah.
Oh.
Wow, that's close.
But you know, still, the tie's pretty cool. The tie to their sister team, and all the EXE teams are in the top 3.
That's amazing. Yeah. What a great way to end the day. That's off to them.
Alright, so that concludes all the matches for today. Reminder to all the teams, the award ceremony is going to be at 6 p.m. this Tuesday. And there is one final, next weekend is going to be the final qualifiers for FTC in Chesapeake. And then also I think at the award ceremony for the final qualifiers, they're also going to be announcing the Dean's List finalists. So that's going to be interesting. Tune into that. And yeah, before we end the stream, we're going to give thanks to our sponsors. Thanks everyone for watching the stream today. Thanks to all the teams. We saw some great matches today, and we saw a Chesapeake high score, which is really awesome.
Yeah. A very action-packed, exciting day, and thank you to all of you for joining us today. And I know I had a great time commentating. Aisha and Ronnie, I'm sure everyone felt the same way. Very fun day. So yeah, thanks to everyone.
Okay, that's great. Bye.
Bye, everyone. See you guys at the
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cybercriminals at the speed of light. Who find big insights hiding in big data. who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands, whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies, to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention,
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow,
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is
to what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
To define possible. To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
Three, two, one.
One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Canton's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canton products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.